Good afternoon, everybody. Few minutes to 3 in Moscow here, and I'm glad to welcome you to the fourth and last classical round of the Battle of Generation Nutcracker tournament, 7th edition, traditional Christmas tournament, which was postponed till March this year. So still, I'm confused if it's Nutcracker 2019 or should it be called Nutcracker 2020. So here you go with the scores. That's a team score. So Kings are leading thanks to a victory in the first round's mini-match. Tomaszewski beating Ufa with the black pieces. Hence Kings have the lead. We do have the individual leaders in both teams. It's Andrei Yesipenko winning both of his white games against Boris Gelfand and Evgeny Nair. That was in round 2 and 3. And for the team of Kings, team of more experienced players, it's Evgeny Tomaszewski on 2.5 out of 3, winning 2 games. Black with Ufa, as I've already mentioned, in round 1, and then white against Semyon Lomasov yesterday. Somewhat puzzling game, because, nicely played by Tomaszewski till the very last moment, but then somewhat dubious sacrifice, which led to a victory, but yeah, there have been some mistakes made. Yeah, once again, the individual scoreboard and the reminder, so the teams have an in-game, so each player from one team plays every player from the other. So today we have the last round. It will be Evgeny Nair with black against Semyon Lomasov, Alexei Saranov with white against Alexei Shirov, Tomaszewski against Yesipenko, so 2 leaders facing each other, and Boris Gelfand will have the white pieces against Daniil Ufa. The games have started, and there have been a lot of e4s in round 1, if I remember well. Yeah, it was Ufa to start with d4, other games started with e4. So today we have d4, knight f3, e4 from Tomaszewski, which is quite a bit of a surprise, and Boris Gelfand starting with his usual move of a queen pawn 2 squares up. Right, so once again the time control for today's the last classical round, so today's will be the last day with such time control. Pretty much standard FIDE time control used for classical events apart from the candidates tournament and the World Championship match. So it's 1 hour 30 minutes for first 40 moves with an addition of half an hour after move 40, and an increment of 30 seconds whenever you make the move. So for the candidates and the World Championship, a bit longer time controls used. Right, Boris Gelfand on our screen, facing the Bogolubov Indian defense, played by Daniil Ufa. So interesting to see what's gonna happen in this game. Boris is known for his principled choices in the openings. So as I've mentioned, that will be the last game of with classical time control. So tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we'll have 2 blitz, 2 rapid, not the blitz, but the rapid days, right? So 2 rapid days. And for today, at some point, I'll be joined by Etteri Kublashvili, who is the reporter out there on the site, and hopefully he'll make it a little bit more entertaining. I believe you guys are tired of listening to me alone. A reminder, if you're keen on posting questions, suggesting the moves, you can do so in the chat of Russian Chess Federation YouTube channel. Should be possible to Google on YouTube, or rather find it on YouTube. Right, and with all that being said, let's see what happens in the games. Tomaszewski and Yesipenko on our screen, 3 moves played, so not much to discuss, apart from the fact that e4 is not the move you used to see from Evgeny Tomaszewski. So he is a d4 player. He sometimes plays c4, so an English opening, but once again, so the closed openings are his choice of preference. So this time, bishop b5, the Ruy Lopez. He has quite an experience playing this position with the black pieces. So there is... so e5 is his opening choice against e4 with black, and he's known to play the known to play the Marshall counterattack. So Yosipenko has tried the Marshall in the first game against Alexei Shirov, ended up being anti-Marshall, so I can remind you what has happened in round 1 with Yosipenko having the black pieces. So I'm wondering if it's kind of a targeted preparation against Yosipenko, or since this tournament is, you know, not the part of official cycle or something, it could be that Tomaszewski is trying to bishop b7, b5 needs to be played first, only then castle. It could be that Tomaszewski is experimenting with his opening choices, because nowadays, let's be fair, if you want to be at the top of the top, the elite player, you have to pick both e4 and d4, so you have to vary your opening choices. It's very rare when a player only does one move on move 1. So castles, and then Shirov went for d4. That was the game in round 1. And Yosipenko answers with 3 knight f6. Attempting to play the Berlin defense. I'm really curious to see how this is going to unfold, because honestly, Tomaszewski seems to be the wrong guy to try the Berlin against. Because, once again, it will be a bit of a bold prediction, but since we have no information what Evgeny Tomaszewski has prepared, I might as well come up with a prediction. So he's going to go for an endgame, and he'll know quite some stuff in this endgame, and I don't think it'll be an easy task for Yosipenko to equalize. An endgame obviously means castles, knight takes e4 and d4, knight d6. I mean, the proper Berlin, so to speak. I'm honestly tired of this rook e1 variation and stuff. Because when people say, Berlin is boring, they typically refer to this position, rook e1, knight d6. I do agree this might be boring. Knight takes, rook takes, bishop to e7, bishop f1, castles, and so on. Right, but the endgame, in fact, is very, very interesting to watch, and with a lot of subtle details and stuff. So I do expect the endgame at least. But we'll see. We'll see. Castles played. Yep. In a way, that's the most principled way, approach by White. To go for castle, to go for d4. But we'll see. So far, not much to discuss here. Knight takes e4 played. Let's see if it will be d4 or rook e1. Rook e1 is honestly a bit boring. And that's not the line you can hope to surprise your opponent with. Nah, please, rook e1. Rook e1's played. So knight to c6, knight to d6, obviously. Yeah, played pretty quickly. Knight takes e5. Here, it's actually bishop e7 is possible as well. Not only knight e5, bishop e7, but an immediate bishop e7. There is some difference. Bishop e7, white's still supposed to play bishop f1, and then if you do not trade on e5, it's kind of, you cut some of white's options, but at the same time, bishop f1, you probably castle, and then white can give knight f3 and then d4. Right, rook e1 is boring. I'll see. Knight to d6. bishop to, not knight e5, of course, yeah. So what's the fashionable line here? I'm guessing it's the trade, bishop to e7, bishop f1, castles, and then d4, bishop f6, and rook e2, question mark? The line that was played by Magnus Carlsen, I believe. Magnus Carlsen himself first played this line against Sergei Karyakin in a match, so already quite a few years ago. Recently was tried by Jan Nepomniachtchi against Alexander Grishuk in Grand Prix. I say recently, but in fact it was May last year, so already quite some time ago. But there've been games, of course. Bishop to f1. I know, so black went for an immediate bishop e7, bishop to f1. Now he captures on e5, okay. Rook e5. Black supposed to castle, yeah, not much to do otherwise. Has to be d4, I'm guessing. Oh wait, there is also this knight c3 thing. Yeah, there is also this knight c3 thing going after a pair of bishops. Goes something like that. Knight c3, bishop f... Do they play bishop f6? I don't quite remember. But I remember that you're somehow... Oh no, wait. Castles... Or is it d4, knight goes, knight c3, something like that. Or I remember that you're somehow getting a pair of bishops with white, but typically not much of an advantage. Okay, let's see. Tomaszewski's thinking. So apparently there is... Yeah, once again, I've seen this position at the very least 20 times during the casts, but still can't remember what's the alternative. It's clearly there is an alternative to d4, which is the most natural move. Okay, why don't we switch to something else? Why don't we look at Sarana and Shirov, for instance, where already 14 moves played, so I suspect they have a discussion in some theoretical line. We have shown Boris Gelfand, so once again, a reminder, the leading coverage for this tournament is in Russian language, so therefore sometimes the positions I have on the analysis board and the camera view will not match each other, so it's, well, typically it goes like that. I open up the game and then they switch the camera. This time I have to be more flexible and I will have to switch. So since we have shown Gelfand, let's look at Gelfand's game against Daniil Yufa. Bogo Indian, once again. Pogo, sounds like Pogo Indian. Bogo Indian, named after a great player of the past, Yefim Bogolubov, participant of 2 World Championship matches against Alexander Alechin, was representing Russia and then Germany later on. And he was, invented, I'm not sure if he invented the move itself, but I mean, seriously contributed to a theory of this particular line. So it's like black does not pay attention which knight white is moving. Right, knight c3, bishop b4 would have been a Nimzovich defense, and then after knight f3, black says, well, I don't really care still. That was the plan. I developed the bishop to b4. Then you have 3 legal moves, right? Knight to c3, knight to d2, bishop to d2. We've seen bishop d2, by the way, in yesterday's game of Evgeny Tomaszewski. There was a bit of a transposition. Yeah, bishop d2. I'd say we can get this position. Yesterday's game, Tomaszewski against Lomasov, b6, castles. No, knight c3, bishop b7, castles. Trade here, knight e4, rook c1, and here we go. Trade here, and then black played d6 and white replied with c5. And got a very, very pleasant position. But bishop d2, black has quite a few of very solid options. One of them, surprisingly enough, being the primitive one. Just trade the bishops. white captures with the queen, then play, in some order, play d6, castle short, prepare and play e6, e5. Typically it goes with knight d7 and then black goes e5. That's, you know, perhaps not the best, but very sound strategy. Exchange one of the bishops and try to arrange your pawn setup on the colors of this particular bishop. So d6, e5, you know, if you would happen to have a bishop on e7, it would be rather passive. But with this bishop being exchanged, you put the pawns on d6, e5, you make sure that your other bishop is very useful, yet, well, has squares to be activated. All right, so that would be in case of bishop d2. After knight d2, the situation, however, is a bit trickier. Once again, two major routes from here. Castles, a3, and black can either capture on d2, where white presumably takes with the queen, like both captures are possible. I believe queen takes is somewhat stronger. And then black tries to put it like that. Bishop to b7, knight to d7, once again going for something very flexible. But giving white a pair of bishops and the space advantage at such an early stage usually is not recommended. So the feeling is like white is better if he simply does. So white doesn't have to, you know, doesn't have to invent anything specific. So basically you just play e3, bishop e2, b3 or b4, depending on, like if black plays a5 or he doesn't. b4, bishop to b2, you just accomplish the development, and all of a sudden you're slightly better. So bishop d2 is a bit of a concession already. So bishop e7 is the most principled. e4, once again, not the only move, but you're presented with the opportunity to grab the center, so might as well, right? e4. And then two major systems for black. One of them is to strike in the center immediately with d7, d5, the most principled, the sharpest one, and perhaps the best one mathematically. Even though, after those moves, and you have, hang on a second. I mean, white has quite a few moves here. I believe h4 is what you do. Already looking at stuff like that. Like, for instance, cd4, I don't quite remember, but I wonder if bishop h7 actually works. Bishop h7, king h7, knight g5. That's why you need the pawn on h4, so that black cannot capture. H takes, and then queen gets to h5. So white is getting ridiculously powerful attack. Ridiculously powerful attack there. So that's one thing. So black really has to know what he's doing after h4. Or the other option after white's e2, e4 move is to play d7, d6, and that's somewhat counterintuitive system. By the way, one of the players who has started to play like that on a very high level was Evgeny, one of the participants. So d7, d6, with the idea to play e6, e5 later, which would seem that you're getting an inferior version of the King's Indian. You have the bishop on e7, you've spent some time going to b4 and then back. But for that, you have white knight on d2 instead of c3. And the knight on d2 happens to be such a badly placed piece. Bishop e2, a5, queen to c2, and e5. And now, for instance, if white would have gone for the King's Indian structure with d5, black is really, really comfortable. I mean, this knight on d2 is such a badly placed. So no wonder sometimes white spends two more moves going back to b1 and then to c3. So e5, but it happens to be a pawn sacrifice, this e5 move. I'm actually wondering if that was needed, because you might think black can try to prepare e5 by going knight d7, but apparently that's the most principled, and then if you do not react with white, it could be that black does something else. Could be knight to c6, you know, could be capture knight to c6. In all of those positions, like for instance, capture knight c6, once again, black does something very similar to the king's Indian. The bishop on e7 is not great, I agree, but the knight is terrible. So therefore, black can get away with it. So the knight on d2 is really, really bad. So obstacles the bishop's route and cannot go to d5. So like very often in such positions, like you'd go with knight on c3, you'd go knight d4 to b5, and then you are planning for knight d5. With knight on d2, that's just not a piece at all. Okay, so after e5, Gelfand, true to his very principled style, accepts the pawn sack. Bishop d6, knight e goes back to f3, and queen to e7. Once again, with knight on c3, we would be talking about white having an extra pawn and black not really having compensation. Well, maybe some, but really slight one. With knight on d2, black does have some serious chances to get the full value for his pawn. So castles, knight to c6, I suspect. I mean, if white castles, and something like knight to c6, and it becomes really awkward for white to develop. And rook e8 later on, attacking the e4 pawn one more time. There certainly will be some issues for white. So seeing this position for the first time, I'm wondering if white has to go e5 immediately, making sure he gets the bishop for this pawn, so he has the pair of bishops. The pin is somewhat annoying on e-file, but similarly white can play knight f3 with the tempo, chase the queen away. I'm not sure where the queen is going. Could be h5, for instance, and then white castles. Once again, if you let white to build up his position, he's probably better thanks to the pair of bishops. Black's initiative will be developing pretty fast. So knight to c6, bishop to f5 or g4. For a time being, we are not afraid of any discovered attacks, right? There is no comfortable square for white to move this knight. Knight g5, for instance, might actually run into knight d4. So that when you take the queen, knight c2, and all of a sudden both of your pieces are hanging. So let's see. No move from Gelfand after queen e7. Very interesting opening choice by Ufa, and once again, it's great that we have Gelfand on the other side of the board, that he actually accepts the pawn sacrifice, which makes the game entertaining at such an early stage. Let's move 11, and let's see, Boris castles. Boris castles, then I suspect you play knight c6, you're not in a hurry to win the pawn back. Yeah, knight to c6 played. Because there is a possibility to go rook e8. But then it could be that white gets an improved version of e5. It's like trades here, there is no pin. There is no pin on the e-file anymore, so white can start by playing bishop d3. Maybe it's still possible to do this, knight to c6. Anyway, black plays knight c6 immediately, and here we go, the knight on d2 is misplaced. So the question for white is, how do you finish the development? The obvious way would be to try with b2, b3. Then black might want to play rook e8, targeting this guy. After bishop d3, which seems to be the legit way to guard the pawn on e4. Then you might think of various moves like knight to e5. Like, for instance, white cannot capture on e5 because double attack on h2 and the rook on a1. if after knight e5 white plays bishop b2, then seems that the pawn might be taken at c. Knight takes on e4. It's not easy to say, because there is rook e1, for instance. Some mess starts here. Right, rook e1, pinning the queen, black goes bishop f5. He might be losing this piece, he might not. So there might be some tactical tricks, like for instance after knight d4, which originally I thought will be the logical follow-up for white. Black similarly has this capture on h2, and white's in trouble. White's in trouble because after king h2 there is check from h4, check from f2. Well, the king goes and black captures on d2, getting absolutely winning position. Extra pair of pawns plus some threats, right? So after knight c6, b3 is somewhat risky. b3 is somewhat risky. But other than that, it's not that clear how white is planning to complete the development. Could be that he actually needs to get rid of the other pawns. It's like sack the pawn with c5 to deflect the bishop, so maybe to have some move like bishop b5. But once again, I'm just looking for alternatives. It doesn't mean that I like white's position in this case. I actually don't. So I believe b3 will be the principled move at least, but from the looks of it, it does promise black a very, very interesting counterplay, the b3. So I was looking at rook e8. There might be the case that bishop g4 is the move as well. Like you go to g4, the bishop b2. Well, you do pretty much the same. Rook e8, rook d8. So it could be that despite being a pawn down, black has, the option to slow play it. It's kind of not to rush with like winning the pawn back or something, but opt for long-lasting compensation. Because, for instance, this battery on this a3 pawn, make sure that it won't be easy for white to move the queen's rook. So it might be like, say, rook e1, rook goes to d8, and at some point white runs out of good moves. Like the rook is bound to guard the a3 pawn. Various tactical tricks if you move the f3 knight. So it could be, it does look like black has a very, very decent play for a pawn. And I believe we will have to switch to Evgeny Nair, the game we didn't look at, and which is on a camera view. So Semyon Lomasov against Evgeny Nair, the Catalan. So we can say it's a mix of the Catalan and the Bogo Indian, right? The same as in Yufa's game against Gelfand. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2. It's actually sort of inspired by this line is sort of inspired by the Bogo Indian, but this time black doesn't really swap the bishops, but goes to e7. Goes to e7, bishop g2. I don't know how many times I've said that, but one of the ideas of forcing the bishop on d2, it's basically you play the same position with white being a tempo up, right? Imagine black never went to b4 with a check. Bishop e7, bishop g2, castle, that would be absolutely normal Catalan position where black can capture on c4 or do whatever he does in the game. Knight to d7, I believe, was the move Nair played. But then, in case of dc4, having the bishop on d2 would be beneficial for white. But if black is going for some sort of a closed Catalan setups with knight d7, c6, b6, developing the bishop to b7, then one of the most harmonious ways to organize white pieces would involve b3, bishop b2. So the bishop is put on b2 on the long diagonal, fighting against something. Okay, will be on this diagonal. So now, with bishop on d2 in our game, bishop e7, this happens. Try to find out of this bishop if it's already on d2, so it's in the way of your own pieces. And of course it has pros and cons, because white tried various attempts of using the fact that the bishop is on d2. Like for instance, there was time where this system was very popular, so white would go to b3 and try to swap the bishops this way. After say c6, would go bishop b4, try to swap the dark square bishops. It turns out it doesn't really bring any advantage. So recently, white ends up returning the tempo by playing bishop d2 to f4. So means we've got same position on move 10 that we could have had on move 9 if black would never go bishop b4 and white would play bishop c1 to f4 in one go. So the benefit for black is clear. He went for bishop b4 and therefore kind of cut white's options. The bishop is on d2, not on c1, so once again b3, bishop b2 is not possible. Well, the other thing with bishop on c1 in this position, let me see, can we get this one? Yeah, bishop e7, this, let's get it. Yeah, so if the bishop is on c1 and not on d2, there is one system with knight b1 to d2, which it's not that often I get to brag on air. So that was the system I've played, one of the first, and it turned out that it is quite dangerous. So knight to d2, quite dangerous for black. Knight to d2 and going for an early e4, and then the usual discussion would be in positions like that. White goes e5, knight is forced to e8, trade here happens, and I don't quite remember that there is like a precise sequence of moves for white, like rook e1 or rook d1 you're supposed to play. Something like that, yeah. So it's a weird position once again, because you have the structure from advanced French with both sides' pieces being strangely placed, right? So white, of course, would prefer the bishop on d3 in this particular structure. Black, of course, would prefer one of his knights being on c6, right? And particularly the e8 knight is very badly placed. So that's one very interesting position, and in my opinion, it does white does benefit more from from having the pieces on some strange squares. Yeah, so once again, this option is taken away with this check, because the bishop is on d2, so there is no knight d2. Bishop goes to f4, Nair plays bishop a6, immediately applying pressure on this c4 pawn. White goes knight e5. White could have gone knight d2, but in this case, the bishop no longer can return to c1, and black might as well go for something like this. I'm not sure if it is a theoretical move, but it might be. Knight to h5, wants to trade on f4, and after bishop e3 goes f5. So once again, transforming the position into something else, this time into a Stonewall Dutch. Where, for the Stonewall Dutch standards, once again, white's bishop on e3 is sort of misplaced, and I'm afraid the knight on d2 is not ideal as well. So it's like white is supposed to fight for the e5 square in such structures. That's the natural drawback of having the pawns on d5 and f5, right? So you abandon the e5 square, you only have the pieces to control the central e5 square. Other than that, black's position is perfect, right? You stop the thematic advance of e2, e4. You might play f5, f4 yourself under the circumstances. Like for instance here, f5, f4, I dare to call it a positional threat. Like if white wasted tempo, you do play f4. White's forced to take, and here you go, you have the initiative with black, right? So after bishop a6, knight e5. I believe you can try to capture there. There have been games like that. And even knight g4. I believe this is some sort of a good old theory. h3 and then this sacrifice on f2. There was a game of Veselin Topalov, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if it's... I mean, what's the current state of this line, if it's considered to be still correct or white has found some sort of a refutation. Knight f2, king f2, and then you play... I guess you start by playing rook to c8, or possibly just a check, and then f6. So check to prevent the king from hiding back to g1 and h2, and yeah, e3, you win the piece back with g5, right? So it's sorts of awkward for white. And if you go to e1, then some sort of f6, or start with rook c8 and then f6. And despite having only one pawn for a piece, you do have decent practical compensation. Knight e5, but black decided otherwise, and there is nothing wrong with playing rook to c8. C takes d5, knight takes d5, knight c3. Once again, perhaps worth mentioning that this is considered to be good for white. Looks like you... I mean, the usual way I'd say is like black gets a pair of bishops advantage, right? But with white having such a firm control of the center, with this very nicely placed knight on e5, your pair of bishops is not doing you any good for the time being. The c6 pawn is hanging, c5 is often met with d6, d5, opening the files, and then you'll find it hard to survive in the position like that. So knight f4, gf4 is only played when you have the follow-up to this one. It's like when you really know how you're supposed to carry out the c6, c5 break, and how you open up the center, so that then when the pair of bishops shines, right, where center gets open. So other than that, Nayer's decision to swap the knights and not the knight for the bishop is perfectly understandable. So knight takes on e5, bishop takes on e5, played by Semyon Lomasov. Over here, perhaps you might consider f7, f6 and trade on f4 then, so that you later on play queen e8 and try to look for c5 or e5. This looks familiar, at least. Could have been such games. Well, so what has happened was indeed f6, trade on f4, and then somewhat surprising, f6, f5. Honestly, not the usual move. As for me, it doesn't seem to be all that natural. f6, f5, well, you do have some benefits. The knight is far away from e5 square, right? So imagine this, I would easily claim that white is much better. With knight on c3 being far away from e5, well, the fact that you've weakened the e5 square might not be of such great importance. Well, it's up to white to prevent bishop c4. That's the second thought about this position, because I was about to suggest the, e2, e3 move, just to solidify everything, protect those pawns, and then maybe start rerouting this knight towards e5. But then black can consider playing bishop to c4 and put it on d5. Say this, then go bishop d5, as say in case of queen a4, for instance. King go bishop d5. You're very solid, it would seem. So feels like white needs to prevent that. Perhaps by playing queen b3. Because b2, b3 is strange looking move. I don't quite like b2, b3. It's like not having the dark square bishop and moving this pawn so that bishop b4 becomes an issue. Bishop a3 sometimes becomes an issue. So and b3, it doesn't do anything apart from covering the c4 square, so might as well go queen b3. At the very least, you attack the e6 pawn. Black will have to play queen d7, I'm guessing. Wait. Unless he's planning for something very, very aggressive. And if you remember Evgeny Nair's game from yesterday, he seems to be the right guy to go king f7 here. The reason being, you want to play bishop d6 and g5, capture with the queen, open the rook, go for a kingside attack. It won't be that easy to get to white's king, but it might be possible. And this, of course, will make this game exceptionally entertaining if it happens. Lomasov, however, has played d2, e3, so allows black to put the bishop on d4 if he will want so. He'll want so. Let's see how it goes. And let's finally switch to the man on our screen, Alexei Shirov, having the black pieces against Alexei Sarana. We have the Meran variation or anti-Meran variation of a semi-Slav. Started with one knight f3, but quickly came to the familiar, taken familiar shape. So the Slav defense, and then e6 is called semi-Slav, so a mixture of Queen's Gambit setup and the Slav defense. e3, knight bd7. I believe knight b to d7 defines the so-called Meran variation. First played by, or rather popularized by Akiba Rubinstein in 1930s, and so the tournament was held in Merano, Italy, therefore Meran variation. Main lines being bishop d3, black captures, goes b5, and then after bishop d3, four moves were tried. b4 is the move of recent, but the original intention was, of course, to play a7, a6, guard the b5 pawn, and then later on go for c6, c5. Of course, the theory of this line has changed drastically since 1930s. Queen to c2 is so-called anti-Meran variation, so black can't go for the same setup he wants immediately, because if you capture, you're simply playing the known position tempo down, so white takes on c4, captures on c4 in one go, and has a spare tempo. His queen is on c2 instead of on d1, so therefore after queen c2, black goes bishop d6. After bishop d3, castles, black finally captures. So it's sort of not the same, right? And interestingly, very often both bishop d3 and bishop e2 are possible, but very often white goes for bishop e2 in this particular case and not bishop d3. Bishop to b7. Then once again, various tricky moves were tried here, like a3, rook d1, this, that, some bishop d2 if I'm not mistaken, but e3, e4 of course is the most principled. e5, d takes, knight takes. Yeah, what's all about here is about black being or not being able to play c6, c5. It's like c5 and you don't lose any of those pawns, like now for instance your b5 pawn is hanging, right? If you manage to organize c5, let's say after playing a6, play c5, open the b7 bishop, black gets perfect position. And what's interesting in this particular anti-Merans, that it's very rarely we have the position which is dried out right after the opening. Perhaps have to mention there is this e6, e5 move, which is very different, and this one actually leads to very, very simplistic positions very often. Like the theory goes, white captures on d5, goes e4 himself. We trade here, black goes h6, sacrifices this dude. If white captures, black goes queen h4. Has the option of winning the pawn back, but then in this case white gets a pair of bishops, so it's considered to be better to go queen h4. After knight f3, put the queen on h5, and for instance this is the theoretical line which leads to complete equality. Knight goes to f6 after bishop c8. One of the rooks takes on c8, and then black wins back the d5 pawn, and just liquidates the completely equal position. But if black is opting for dc4 and b5, usually the situation on the board is very sharp and unstable. So it's either white gets a huge advantage, or black not only solves all the problems but gets some sort of initiative. And let's find out what's the case in our game. Knight h4, once again very straightforward, preparing to jump to f5. So black's g7, g6 looks logical at the very least. And I just paid attention to the clock here. Sarana has 1 hour 33, so more than his initial time on the clock. So he's still within his opening preparation. G4, f4, knight e to g4, e5. Seems that black's losing some material. Queen b6 check, king h1, knight f2. Trade happens. Knight on h4 was hanging, so knight back to f3. So black will get a pair of minor pieces for the rook, right? No, white's got to have a pair of minor pieces yet. So it's either knight on f6 or the bishop on d6 will be lost. So white gets a pair of minor pieces for the rook. But he's still somewhat undeveloped, right? Which should promise black decent compensation there. Like for instance, I can imagine black playing a slow move like rook to e1, rook to e8. Point being, if you capture here or on f6, black seemingly has b4, attacking the knight, and then the bishop on e2 is hanging as well. Shirov is still thinking after knight f3. Once again, it shouldn't be a new position. It shouldn't be a new position because knight h4 is a very, very straightforward move. If you don't play g6, white puts the knight on f5, and typically it's very dangerous for black. So what else would you do? Go knight g4, for instance, but then it's h3, and then the knight gets to f5, so you're in trouble, right? So knight h4 very forces g6, f4 once again very forcing. If you don't get to g4, you still perhaps lose your piece after e5. Knight g4, e5. And so perhaps the question here is, why not bishop c5 check, right? You guys might be wondering. King h1, check on f2, wins an exchange, right? Wins an exchange the same way he does in the game, but in the end of this line he doesn't have the queen on f2 and bishop hanging on d6. So after knight f3, let's pretend white plays the same way he did in the game. So knight f3, and the knight moves. Black is in exchange up. So black might be in exchange up here, but I'm afraid his position is not great. Knight goes to e4, and white gets, you probably have to move the bishop away from f2. it does seem that white is getting a very, very dangerous attack in this case. I suspect b3 is a decent move in this position to put the bishop on a long diagonal, which was seriously compromised. The king's safety was seriously compromised by this move g7, g6. So I suspect in this case black actually is in a sort of trouble. But in our game, yeah, but by the way, rook f8 was right guess. Rook f8 was played. White, barely spending any seconds, went for bishop c1 to d2. So now, it means, once again, black can preserve an extra piece, it seems. Black can preserve an extra piece, it seems. But as I go into f8, for instance, so if you capture here, I'm wondering if b4 is the move. It's like rook e2 is already good enough, right? But there might be b4 as well. Okay, let's agree on rook e2 being good enough for black. So after bishop f8, I don't really think white is planning to capture. Can go rook f1, queen goes to c5 in this case. Once again, if you capture here, there is rook e2 because the knight's on 3 is pinned. It's a strange situation where black says, please capture my knight on f6, and white refuses to go to do that. So in fact, what white is trying to achieve, he wants this knight to leave, so he'll put his own knight on e4. So I suspect a move like queen b1, for instance, comes into consideration. So if you move the knight, knight e4, and once again some attempts to attack the king, this looks far less concerning, to be honest, because the bishop on f8 will play an important role in guarding black's king, but still with knight on e4 having so many potential squares to be put on, black has to be very careful. White seems to have enough compensation for an exchange. And once again, that I would say if I would not have the time information. And now, knowing the fact that Alexei Sarana, who is known for his very good, very deep preparation, who is known for his opening analysis on some wacky lines, you know, if he has 1 hour 33 minutes on the clock, that means he knows everything. It's all approved by the computer. I don't think he takes the gamble and plays some line which is like not sound at all. I mean, sometimes you do play like a suspicious line which you've studied very well. So I would not, you know, I would not be surprised if all that is analyzed, and typically in such sharp lines it goes like that. So black has a very narrow path not to lose, or not to end up in a bad position. So it's basically, it's kind of a testing your opponents. You know there is nothing for you, there is no advantage in this line, but you still go for it, and you ask again, do you remember how to react to this line, this particular line when I sacrifice an exchange, and you have to make like 10, 15 only moves? If the answer is yes, then good for you, draw grid. If the answer is no, however, try to work out this one at the board. And this seems to be the situation now. Shirov is down to 53 minutes. Right, so today seems to be a very exciting round. So we have this. We have Tomaszewski playing Jasipenko, playing this Berlin. This is not, well, that's not the part of today's very exciting round. This one, no. Well, actually, we'll have to figure out what's going on there as well. We have Gelfand Ufa, where Ufa sacrificed the pawn. I'm really, really curious to see what's going to happen there. Let's go back to this game. Yep. We've seen this. As I said, b2, b3 was to be expected. So otherwise that means that Yeah, I mean, b2, b3 is kind of a move you're trying to prove that opponent's strategy is wrong. So you've taken the pawn and you're claiming I will accomplish the development, right? Otherwise, there was no comfortable move. Bishop g4, not rook to e8, but bishop g4 first, bishop d2, rook a goes to d8, and after rook f e1, Daniel Ufo captures on f3. What's that? So I suspect in case of knight f3, the move is queen takes e4, and queen straight does not look that inspiring for white. You do have a pair of bishops, but somehow the structure is not great. I was wondering if bishop d3 runs into bishop h2 or not, but it doesn't seem so, right? Bishop d3, there is no bishop h2, because the knight is hanging in the end. You capture d3, I capture e4. So bishop d3 is the possible move, but who cares? Knight c5, you have to go to c2, and black, say, plays rook e8, for instance. I don't think black is that much worried with your pair of bishops. The bishop on c2 is not doing all that much. So I'm guessing knight f3, queen e4 is something black will be happy with. Well, there is bishop d3. There is bishop d3. Or not quite. Or not quite. I know, wait. This time there is nothing hanging on e4, so black can actually capture and go for bishop h2 and rook d3, this way winning a pawn, right? So there is no bishop d3. So queen e4 pretty much forces this endgame, where white captures, black captures, goes to c5, has a fine position. So I believe if white ever wants to prove that he has something, he has to capture with the bishop, but that moment he loses control over the dark squares. So it can be knight e5, it can be bishop e5, and in both cases black seems to have a very, very nice compensation. And as was promised at the very beginning of today's coverage, we will have a guest now, so I suggest we go for a short break to set the things up, and we'll be back as soon as we are ready. Please stay tuned, guys. Welcome back, everyone. As promised, a guest in the studio. Well, I believe you all know already, Eteri Kublashvili. Nice to have you here, Eteri.
Yes, thank you, Zhenya.
Yeah.
Nice to be here with you. And which game are we going to start with after a short break?
So you wanna discuss the games? I wanted to discuss the stuff you're doing, the photography, the interviews. Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
If you want the games, let's look at the games. I've just said that UFO's compensation looked pretty decent after. Yeah, hang on a second. What was happening there? Bishop takes f3 was the moment we've stopped, went for a break. Gelfand was thinking what to do here, and perhaps decided that after bishop f3 it can only be dangerous for him.
Because of
probably
knight
some
e5?
knight e5s or bishop, maybe even bishop e5.
Maybe even
the
bishop.
knight is badly placed on, on d2. Like if you trade, black captures with the queen, will have some knight d4 jumps. So it doesn't look like white is fighting for advantage. So Gelfand ended up capturing with the bishop, and we have capturing with the knight, of course, yeah.
Yes.
And we have this endgame. Queen takes e4. Once again, to remind that there was no bishop d3 because in some order, take on d3, take on h2, like for instance, queen d3, take on h2.
And now black has an extra
black
pawn.
has an extra pawn all of a sudden.
Yes.
So queen e4, queen's traded, bishop d3. So this time it's a little bit different. Now bishop h2 doesn't really work because the knight is hanging in the end of the line. I was actually thinking that maybe black gets some pawns, but it's not enough.
No.
Yeah.
Too many pawns for white.
Yeah. Bishop d3 and UFO is thinking.
So when I was taking photos in the beginning of the game, I saw that Boris was thinking very hard. So do you think that UFO managed to surprise him with this opening?
Well, probably. I had a little chat yesterday with Daniil UFO, and he said something like, well, the tournament is not going that well, maybe I'll go for something crazy tomorrow. I don't know if this qualifies to be called crazy, but this pawn sacrifice looks very interesting at the very least. Like the pawn sacrifice he went for. The resulting position right now, I thought has to be fine for black. You don't have to invent anything specific. You just go knight c5, probably bishop c2, and then I said rook e8. Maybe there is like a more precise move. Rather than rook
so I think that Daniil made a move, and it's
it is knight c5. Knight c5. So we will see bishop c2 as soon as Gelfand is back to the board. And black probably needs a precise move here. Like rook e8 is my first intention, but it could be that it allows white to go knight g5, knight e4, like to swap a pair of knights.
And to have this so-called advantage of two bishops.
Yeah. So the thing is, however, it's not clear how much of an advantage this one is. There is one funny line I've started to calculate. Can black actually play bishop e5? Because I suspect if you somehow trade the bishops, black has little to worry about. Like for instance, bishop e5, rook to e5. Bishop c6, you trade the rooks, you take bc6. Should be a draw. I don't see a reason why it's not a draw, like rook d3 is coming.
Yes.
So after bishop e5, you probably have to go for this. Bishop c6, black captures here. You take on e8, black takes on a1. And once again, you can win the pawn like that. Bishop f7, rook takes a1. But I don't think you are actually playing for a win all that. Well, maybe with b4. I missed b4 originally. That's like after rook b1, I think black is absolutely fine with such an active rook. Maybe after b4, a4, black is fine as well, because you're tied down to defense of this a3.
The first line is not protected. You cannot move your rook at the moment, so yes.
Yeah, it's like he'll spend some time crawling with the king here. He'll put the rook on b3. Yes, and it might be the actual continuation for black.
Probably,
so rook e8, if you're for some reason not happy with rook e8, you can play some move like h6, stopping knight g5. Just like with white having the light square bishop, I think the rule would be that you don't want to weaken the light squares any further. So I mean, if you can avoid playing h6, f6, such moves, you probably should. So I'd rather look for some options to put the pawns on g6 and f5, right? So to limit this guy on c2.
Yes, of course, but without queens, this position is not very dangerous for black.
Yeah, like precisely.
Yes.
If you would add white queen on h4 and black queen somewhere away, yeah, then it's clear.
A6, all this, for example.
Yeah, all this stuff is pointed out towards white's king. Yeah. But with queens being traded, it's no longer then dangerous. So here, princes can feel relieved. Yeah, by the way, do you have any stats on those? Yeah, I'm working for a fourth time in this Nutcracker, and I still cannot remember the previous editions. I do remember princes won one of them in the rapid. So typically they lose the classical part and they win the rapid part.
Then they start gaining points in the rapid part. Yes, usually it is like this. Actually, I don't remember the statistics of tournaments as well. I only checked some statistics of these encounters.
For today's round, yeah?
Yes, for example, Boris Gelfand, there is only one game of Boris Gelfand against Daniil Yufa, and Gelfand won. It was World Rapid Championship last year, yes, in Moscow, yes, only one game. So actually there are 0 games between Sarana and Shirov and Yesipenko against Evgeny Tomashevsky,
So they've never played. Well, that's surprising.
At least I didn't find any games.
That's surprising.
Yes.
Because Yesipenko, I tend to forget how young the guy is. He's like 17.
Probably.
He's a tall boy, so you look at, and he's always around. Like, when was it? It was already 3 years ago. His brilliant victory against Karyakin in World Rapid, World Rapid Championship.
It wasn't in Moscow, right?
Yeah, it was this one in Saudi Arabia. So it must have been 3 years ago. Yeah. So you think of Yesipenko as already an young but already established player, and one tends to forget that the guy is actually 17 years of age. So.
Oh, for me it's very strange because I remember these 4 players being very young, because I've started to work in 2012 and I was working at Russian youth championships, and they were
all those guys were
yes, they were under 12, under 10 maybe. So it's so funny to see them now.
Yeah. Okay. Back to Sarana and Shirov.
It's the sharpest position of the day.
Didn't miss much. There is literally nothing happened since my last visit. Bishop to d2. It's really, really hard to discuss this position not having any opening knowledge. So I might as well just repeat what I've said. So the untimer run that we know up to this point, I think it's one of the principal lines, and then white can capture on e5. Sometimes they do this, they go to d4. Sarana went for knight h4. So that's the line that I don't know, and apparently Shirov doesn't know either, because, well, judging in time situation. But this line that has to exist, because it's a sharp position, and nowadays, typically, if it's a sharp position, that means any forcing line was tried.
Yeah.
Any forcing line was tried.
I was told, to be truth, that this idea with Queen b6 is a kind of a novelty by Shirov, because before the players tended to play bishop c5 somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I've mentioned. Bishop c5 check knight f2 looks very natural. You trade here, white apparently goes back to f3. When you move the knight, they put the knight on e4 and they play for some sort of compensation. I can imagine, like, bishop goes back to b6. Now I've just realized that knight d6 is a legal move, but still, even like if you go b3, put the bishop on b2, long diagonal, there should be some compensation for white. So queen b6 is a new move, it turns out.
New idea, maybe.
This happens. But even if it's a new move, Sarana was not surprised at all. He's on 1 hour 33, plays very fast. That's interesting how, how players' behavior changed with introduction of computer preparation. Because back in the day, even if you know the line very well, players turn to, to pretend that they're thinking. So instead of you're trying to make an impression that you don't know this particular position, so that you wait for your opponent to fall into trap. Now, the pattern is absolutely different.
No disguise.
Yeah, but sometimes it's other way around. You already don't know the line, but you play quickly, trying to show the confidence, trying to put more pressure on your opponent.
Have a poker face, yes.
So barely spending any time, and Shirov has to make his decision. I was thinking of this move, bishop to f8. So once again, if white captures, similarly there is b4, but black doesn't need it. Even if he captures on e2, this has to be a good position for black. So pair of bishops, he will play c6, c5, even if it costs him a pawn, just to open the bishop, right? The king is safe.
Yes.
So I think this is a good position for black. So white's intention is actually not to capture the knight on f6, but to make it go away, and then he'll play knight e4. So now, I was looking at rook f1, now that I'm looking at it, it could be bishop f1. Just move the bishop away, so now I'm actually kind of threatening to take the knight, and if the knight goes here, the knight goes here. Again.
Queen b6, I think that's the only place.
Yeah, so now this one looks like a better version for black compared to the previous exchange sacrifice line.
Because the bishop
is on f8 rather than b6. Yeah, bishop can help defending the king. But still, with white having this knight on e4, there should be something. I mean, I don't think there is anything forcing, but white can just pretend this. I mean, he has the minor piece, black has the rook. Not that many open files, not that many targets for the rook. So maybe just pretend, okay, you have one piece, I have one piece. I don't see why your rook on a8 is better than my knight on e4.
Yes,
maybe that's the case.
Double-edged position, so it can result with any outcome.
Yeah, it can be anything. It can be anything. But that's pretty much the case once again. That's what I've already explained to our viewers. Over here, there are two concepts nowadays. You can play e5, and this simplifies to something like that. The central pawns are getting exchanged. And here, if both sides know everything, and particularly black knows everything, very often he equalizes completely. So he loses the d4 pawn, he wins back the d5 pawn, everything's symmetrical, peters out to a draw pretty quickly. But if this happens, dc4 and b5, then usually the games go very sharp and double-edged.
Unpredicted.
Yep. What else do we have?
Two other games were calmer. Much more calmer than this one.
Especially Tomaszewski-Jasipenko, the game that I was reluctant to look at because I have no idea about this line. Berlin with rook e1, bishop to f6, and rook back to e1. I've mentioned there was this rook e2 move introduced by Magnus Carlsen himself, I believe, during the match against Karyakin. Then later on picked up by a few players. The game I remember was the final of Moscow Grand Prix. I believe we both worked here. It was the same building as we are now.
Yes.
Gogolevsky Boulevard, Central Chess Players House in Moscow. It was played by Jan Nepomniachtchi against Alexander Grishuk. Looked very interesting, but again, a draw was agreed very quickly. So all those subtle details in this particular line are more of a test. Just test your opponents quickly. If he knows how to reply, there is nothing. There is nothing. So rook to e1, knight f5. Rook e8 is another version, I believe, because knight f5 allows white to push the pawn forward. Rook e8 now, knight to d2, swap here, d6, c3. Well, honestly, to me, it seems that white is getting somewhere. Already can capture on f6, have a pair of bishops for no visible compensation.
Yes.
It's not like white immediately gets huge advantage, but
And I think that these players have the biggest score in their teams.
Yeah, yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah,
Yes.
those are two leaders in individual score. Like
Yes.
2.5 out of 3, or with this tournament system, 5 out of 6 for both of
Yes,
them.
yeah.
3 games, but 6 possible
2
points.
wins and 1 draw.
Yeah, 2 wins, 1 draw
And
each.
Evgeny made a move. He took on c6.
So first
He started with this.
First captures
Yes.
on c6. I'm wondering if you ever take with the bishop here.
Does he want to create a weakness on d6? Or
Yeah, I mean, well, apparently if you take like this, white is going to grab the bishop. I don't think any kind of g4, no, g4 is suicidal.
bishop f4? Is it possible to
Yeah.
start? Or are you going back to e7?
You can start by playing bishop f4, but then, bishop
Yeah.
e7 becomes an option.
Yes, to
Bishop
save the
e7,
bishop.
hoping to go d5 later.
Probably it's better to take first on f6.
Yeah, but takes. I was thinking you take on f6, and what you might want to do is to put the queen on d2, somewhat weirdly, but then b3, bishop b2, c4, this kind of a plan.
Yes.
Not sure why I'm starting with queen d2. It just feels that queen will have to move anyway
Yes, because rook
black is
e8
planning rook
is
e8.
going to be played.
Yeah, but after dc6, in fact, bishop c6 was played. Bishop c6 was played reasonably quickly, because now if you trade here, yes, black is left with an isolated pawn, but he might have a chance to push it forward very quickly. The bishop on c6 is nice,
It's
right?
much more active than on d7.
Some queen g6, knight h4, yeah, a lot of arrows,
Probably
might be confusing.
It's possible to even to create some assault on a king side
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, like knight h4
After
and
this
stuff, yeah.
position.
So after bishop c6, Tomaszewski, what does he do? He plays bishop f4. He
Bishop
doesn't
f4.
take the bishop on f6 just yet. So apparently the trick is, so now bishop e7 is far less desirable, because now rook d1 happens, and we play kind of the position with same pieces. White is not trying to take the bishop, but with black being somewhat passive and bound to defend d6. Bishop f4. Question, however, is what happens if bishop e5 is played instead? Looks fine.
Bishop
e5. Yeah, if you trade, black improves the pawn structure, and
Yes.
there is no reason why black has to be worse. Right?
Yes.
Some queen h4, maybe, or just queen e7, rook d8. So after bishop e5, there should be some other move.
Bishop g5?
Yeah, could be bishop g5.
Or maybe queen b6 is unpleasant after this.
Queen b6, yeah, the knight on e4, the pawn on b2 are hanging, and
Yes.
rook e8 is about
Yes.
to.
So it's
What's the reply?
quite a poisonous move.
Yeah, that's a good question. What's the reply to bishop e5? I mean, I'm probably not worse just yet if I'm trading and going to g3, for instance.
It's passive. A bit, no?
I thought it would force black to trade.
Yes, and
It
it will be
probably
very,
does.
it will be very drawish now.
Probably does in some queen c7. Yeah, it's like I'm just trying to be solid with white. And
That's not a good sign.
probably I am solid, but I don't think I have any sort of winning chances here. It's like it has to be the pawn on c5 already, the pawn on b4 already. Then we would start talking about white's queenside majority,
Yes,
this
and
kind of
space.
things. Yeah, but being as it is, it's very hard. Like you start pushing the pawn at it was what? Yeah, try to move. So you can start pushing the pawn, but then black meets it with a5, and you end up actually end up in a worse position very quickly. Some rook d8, rook d4.
Sure.
And bishop e5 was played. Yeah, bishop e5 was played. So Tomaszewski has something to prove in this position. Tomaszewski has something to prove.
Actually, I like black's position more now.
could it be knight g3 immediately?
Knight g3.
So we decided not to take the bishop for this knight, and instead we want to give a pair of bishops to our opponent, but to get the knight on f5 and maybe later on put it on...
Queen g5?
Yeah, queen g5 move with the tempo, but... Yeah, I mean, if I want to be safe, I have check, take on c6, go g3.
Yes.
If I'm pretending that I still play for an advantage, knight d4 is an option. It doesn't, honestly, it doesn't look like I'm playing for an advantage. You do this, right? I go to d1.
I can even go bishop d5, no? Or bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Yeah, it's like the long-term plan for white was g3, put the bishop on g2, trade the bishops, and maybe somehow end up with this knight being slightly better than the dark square bishop. But I don't think it will happen. Even though knight g3 is on the board. So knight g3 indeed was Tomaszewski's decision. And very, very strange clock display saying Yesipenko has 4 hours 44 minutes, which is, of course, cannot be correct.
Cannot be true. Yes, so...
We'll see. And then, last but not least, Lomasov against Nair. Evgeny Nair, I've already mentioned it during first couple of days, is the only player who participated in this tournament in 2 roles.
Yes.
So he was playing already for a couple of years, and one of the years where Sergei Shipov, the usual commentator, was busy with something else. Evgeny Nair was doing commentary in Russian for the same event.
Maybe he was a coach to someone, but we don't know about this. Yes, because
Nair,
Evgeny is a very famous coach, so maybe he was a second. We don't know.
Maybe
it's a secret. So, but at least Evgeny and Semyon played 2 games before this one. So, and the score is 1.5 in favor of Nair. Yes.
F5. Honestly, I don't know much about Semyon Lomasov. I do remember him playing the Nutcracker
Last year?
Okay,
yes.
technically, before that, 2018.
Yes.
2018, because last year, that's the last year's tournament. That's what I say every single day. It's a Nutcracker 2019 played in 2020.
Yes.
It's a Christmas tournament in March.
Just postponed.
Yeah, it's a Christmas tournament played in March.
Well, when you have such a tough schedule, it's quite difficult to organize all events which were planned. So
yeah, that was discussion, like, shall we cancel it at all? Right, just shut down and not hold this tournament. But then there was I think it was a very nice solution found by someone.
At least we have some time for it now.
Okay, and here we have on white side of the board, it's a very typical Catalan setup. On black side of the board, black all of a sudden has f7, f5 played, and with his last few moves, he clearly demonstrates the intention to go for g5 and some king side activities.
And Evgeny likes to attack.
Yeah.
We know it.
Everyone likes to attack, but particularly Evgeny Nair. Yeah,
we remember his game against Anand in the Isle of Man.
Yeah, that's the game I'm mentioning all the time.
Yeah.
Really, really nice game. So king to h8, white gives knight g3. Suspect in case of g5, white is planning to capture. And if queen g5 happens, we'll play f4 once again.
So maybe f4 instead of queen takes g5.
That's fair point.
I also like to attack, you know.
f4.
not quite successfully still, but...
f4, and then white is actually left with what I would call an unpleasant choice, because capture on f4 does not look appealing at all, because you'll have to move the c1 rook, the rook that you just put on c1, and all of a sudden it is attacked, and making in a position where your king is not safe, making a move like rook c1 to a1.
It's utterly sad.
Yeah, clearly states that something went wrong before that.
Yes.
Not capturing on g5, once again, doesn't seem to be an option, so you probably have to take. And after a 4, I suspect knight e4 is the move.
Yes.
For the time being, the pawn is protected. White has some threats of his own, like putting the knight on f6. But
shall I take on e3 or shall I play as you show f3?
f3? Yeah, I mean that's a question. I mean, taking on e3 by itself doesn't look appealing. So you have to let me know what's the next move, because taking like this, and then there is a feeling like at some point we want our pawn back.
Yeah.
Right. And how do we get it here? No,
it's not the best option.
Yeah, the feeling is like f3 is something you want to do.
Am I going to h3 or
h3 or f1?
Or f1?
Probably h3.
Evgeny is
reaching to make a move.
No.
Rook to c7. Nice move, in fact.
Well,
nice move because, not committing to g5 just yet, and kind of multitasking, guarding the bishop just in case. So maybe in some positions he'll play c5. Maybe this queen even goes to a8. Who knows? But at the same time, of course, the main idea for this rook c7 is to switch to the king side. So you'll play g5 one move later, for instance, and bring the rook.
So it's a kind of a slow move, and now it's white to decide how they're going to act against this assault, possible assault on the king side.
Queen e2.
Queen e2.
Yeah, so typically in this kind of Catalan positions, white would be looking to expand on the queen side, right? Like with b4 and stuff like that. But here, perhaps you're not fast enough. I mean, first of all, b4, it's not clear why this pawn cannot be taken. Right? So moves like that, yeah. And preparing for b4, like going a3 or I don't know what else. Yeah, seems to be too slow, and black will certainly succeed with his king side.
You won't just have time for it.
So therefore, queen e2, bringing the queen closer. I suspect king h1 would be once again on white's priority list. So now let's once again try this. g5, f4. Something has changed. Perhaps still knight e4, and there is no f3 this time. The pawn will be taken.
Yes, and you cannot put your bishop, for example, to b8 in case you want to put it somewhere else.
Still could be like this. Rook to g7. Not a big fan of this position, but it could still work somehow.
And if I play, for example, queen h5?
Queen h5, trying to...
Or is it too much?
Trying to attack yourself, right?
No, just trying to defend the pawn.
Maybe, and then later on even h4 is possible. It will all break down to possibility or impossibility of playing c5 for black. And going for this kind of lines, bishop e4, trying to capture on g5. Might work for black all of a sudden.
And if I...
It's like bishop e4 is not possible.
Yes.
Rook d6, there is queen g5, and then the bishop is hanging.
Yes.
But maybe h4 in this position, question mark?
Maybe. So...
Bishop takes, and that's still quite messy. Rook d6, queen to a8. White goes c6. Who's attacking whom?
Bishop e4. F3 probably.
Maybe f3. It's like f3 you're locking this guy a bit, right? So white might continue, like pretend there is no bishop on g2 and just play this position, saying I have the passed pawn on the c5. It's hard to say. Doesn't look 100% sound, but it is certainly a move to consider. So Nairith thinking he's good 25 minutes below on the clock. It happens so that the kings tend to spend more time. What's that? It's a wisdom.
Yes, it's wisdom, and still they are winning by a narrow margin with 2 points. 2 points,
2 points,
right?
like
Yes.
one more game.
One more game won. I think by Evgeny or by Alexei Shirov. I don't remember the first round.
Who won the first?
Yes,
Tomaszewski
Tomaszewski
won against
won.
Ufa. That was the only mini match that was won by one of the teams.
Yes.
It was 5-3 or 2.5, 1.5 in a
Yes.
usual score.
And then
in round one.
2 rounds ended in a draws.
Yep, with
So,
1-1
yes.
exchanged victories and 2 draws each. Right, so let's move on. Here, yes, if Nair wants to be solid, he can be solid. If he wants to gamble with some sort of G5, perhaps it needs a bit more preparation. At least an immediate G5 is very, very unclear. So what do? We are shown Boris Gelfand at work.
Let's check
so
this position.
Let's see. What has happened was knight to c5, bishop c2, and Ufa immediately went for knight e6. Actually not a bad move, covering g5 and planning to go here. Rook
D4.
a d1, bishop c5, rook to d5, and knight c to d4. That's the position right now. What's happening?
Our lines which we saw were not so active as this one.
For black,
For some
you mean?
reason we
Yeah.
exchanged all the pieces. I don't remember how, but
Yeah. So once again, if I'm scared, if I want to be solid with black, wait, maybe I don't want to be so. Yeah, if I want to be solid with white, what I can do is take on d4 with the bishop, and then I pretty much guarantee a draw, it would seem, because bishop takes d4 seemingly runs into rook does it? Yeah, rook e6.
yes.
Rook
If I take
e6
with
and
the
then
pawn,
this one.
yes, and
Yeah, if you take with the pawn, it's
there is no rook
d4.
takes f3, yes,
yeah,
right.
it's rook d4.
so you should take.
Yeah, so after bishop takes, knight takes, and then yeah, it was the line to illustrate how white can be solid. So I believe knight takes d4 is solid enough, and you just get the opposite colored bishops.
Yes.
Because any stuff like that, it feels that black will be more active. Somehow you have issues with the back rank still, so you can't do any kind of rook e7 moves. Rook c1 you are not even threatening to take, right? Oh, actually this might be tricky. You want to take on a5 and c7, yeah. Knight a3.
I cannot take here, no?
Yeah, knight a3 will be. I mean, it's dubious to say the
but
least.
it's trapped, no?
It can return. Yeah, the fact is, it can. In case of rook a5, yeah, black has rook a8,
Rook
and
a8.
might as well return to c2.
Yes.
But still, it feels like the knight is terribly placed. So you can, for instance, you can take c7. If black wants to return the knight, he'll have to spend some more time for this.
b7 is hanging.
Yeah. So it doesn't seem like stuff like that. Yes, it's white who can try to take on c5. So yeah, it could be. So this could be like an attempt for white to play for a win.
Yes,
Or
so
take on
for
c5.
Boris to decide
Yeah.
whether he wants to simplify.
Bishop takes d4. That was the... Because if knight d4, black actually... wait, how is that? Knight cd4. If knight takes d4, some reason stopped working, this new software.
I think that he
He has
took with
taken...
the bishop.
Yeah, he just took with the bishop. What's going on? Bishop d4. And if we... I cannot capture on d4, guys. What's happening?
Yes. Maybe we should try another game?
Let me see. Okay. You'll
No.
have to take my word for this. Knight fd4 is not a good move.
Okay, we believe you.
Bishop d4 played. So what happens there? We said bishop d4 runs into... Oh wait, let's check if this is true. Rook e6, and we take on d5 first. White has no other option but to take. Black takes on e6, white captures on d4. This knight on f3, is it glued to this f3 square?
Looks like.
This knight doesn't want to move. Doesn't want to move. Yeah, knight d4. There is no such move as knight d4. It's apparently a glitch, to be honest. So the line ends with a white capturing on d4 and black taking
f6.
e6 takes d5. So black will have a pawn. And the rook for a pair of minor pieces. The position will be, well, I like to call unclear. Means I have no clue. what's the actual variation there? Bishop d4. You for thinking. Wait a second. What he can do is actually this. Right? If he wants a draw, he can first trade here.
Oh yes.
After cd4, just
then
take,
takes
and it's
here.
opposite colors, and
it's
there's absolutely nothing to do. Absolutely nothing to do.
Just wait for move 40.
That's an important rule that I was not aware of at the very beginning. I've noticed a couple of kings finishing in a draw precisely on move 40. I thought maybe it's a coincidence, but yesterday when I believe it was Alexei Shirov and his opponent, I don't quite remember who his opponent was.
Yesipenko probably.
Yeah. No, that was round one. Mistaken. That was round one. Whatever. Was it Shirov? Maybe it wasn't Shirov. It was Gelfand, I guess. It was possibly... Anyway, it was a rook endgame 2 pawns each. Or 3 pawns each, something. And they were still making moves in order to reach move 40.
Yes.
So that's apparently the rule. Alright, so after bishop d4, rook d5 seems to be good enough to make a draw.
It should be
enough. And probably that's what you end up playing, because... Wait, all of a sudden this.
Tactics. Some more tactics.
This.
Is it possible to take on d4 with the rook? No?
Yes, you can. Yeah, and then go to e5. And if you want to be...
b6?
You want to play for a win, and maybe you are right.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe you're right, bishop d6. But again, just a logical explanation. I'm looking for a way for white to fight for a win. So in order to stop looking at this line, it's enough to say that there is b6, where you have to take on d4 and it will be opposite colors. But you're right, bishop d6 technically is a stronger move.
How is it possible, Evgeny, to win when your knight on f3 is glued to this?
Yeah, it's not moving. That's not fair. No, well, to be fair, now it's black to move, so it's absolutely fine.
Still you
can. No.
It's impossible to win with white.
Let's hope this game finishes in a draw quickly, so that we will no longer have the problem with this knight on f3. Rook takes d5 played. Yeah, so speaking of UFA's opening experiment, it did work. It's not very often you solve all the opening problems against Boris Gelfand by move 22. I had once a game against Boris Gelfand, and I solved all my problems by move 22. I was completely lost by that point. So that's not the best way to solve all the opening problems.
Yes, Boris works so much on chess.
Yeah, he works still. I mean, that's impressive. I mean, it's kind of he's for eternity. He had been one of the world's best players, like 1992, for instance. Already some interzonals, Linares and stuff like that.
Yes, he's a true legend.
So 28 years at the very top. That sounds.
But he opted for a line which we haven't seen. He took on g7.
What? Bishop takes g7?
Yes.
Nobody had seen this line. Is it a blunder of some sort by Daniil Yufa?
Miscalculation.
Yeah. Perhaps he is. So we've missed it, and it seems Ufa missed it. Bishop G7, very nice intermediate move. And
Yes.
do you have any? I mean, what are you supposed to do?
If I go rook F, D8.
But then I'm taking the rook. It's a piece
Yes.
down, right? I'm just taking
Yes.
the rook and. I mean, you can take on
Yes.
G7, but it's.
And now
It's
I'm
true.
attacking the pawn on D5.
Yeah, but you can. I mean, there is no need to start with rook F8. I mean, there don't need to be fancy. You can.
Yes, maybe,
You can
just
take.
can take.
You can take this guy outright. Maybe what you do is King G7, CD5, and you jump here. So that
maybe.
this one's hanging, this one's hanging. But at least there is still some sharpness in this position, right? So, the G7 pawn is gone, so there is a very nice square for the knight potentially. So for instance, white stops carrying of his pawns, but goes for. No, this knight is not moving. I keep forgetting this knight.
Yes.
Imagine, guys, the knight
Forget
goes to
about
H4 and to F5.
Yes.
We should switch to the other game. It feels like.
We're showing Sarana.
You should start playing chess again. Knight G7, your move. Your move
Was it
play.
mine? No,
okay, you
mine
said-
was rook D8.
So knight G7, C takes, and bishop A3. Not sacrificing the pawn even temporarily. And then again, I want to play knight G5, but I know this knight is not moving.
Yes.
So this,
Imaginary knight.
well, it's there. It sits there. It guards some squares, but why on earth? Can I move? Look, this is possible to move. This is possible to move, but
I'm
this
very
guy.
curious, when Boris moves this knight, will it also be on this place?
Yeah, let's wait for this moment when Boris will move the knight. If I go back, knight F3, check. Can I? No. If I go back before this knight appeared on F3.
No.
And move it to H3. Now it moves, you see, but whenever it reaches F3, it's
So the
no
problem
longer
started
moving.
with the move.
If I move it
3.
here, check. Can I move it now?
No.
No.
It's
So it's not with the knight. It's an F3 square. That's the problem.
enchanted
Okay.
square.
Figured it out.
Yes.
Figured it out. Okay. Seriously, let's go back to something else. We have some developments in Sarana-Shirov, the sharpest game out of those all.
Yes.
After
So
bishop
far.
d2, Shirov continued with b5, b4, attacking the knight. Knight goes to e4. Apparently we have some problems with those knights. I don't know what's going on with the software, but the b4, okay, this knight will be exchanged, so I'm very happy we won't need to move it.
Yes.
Queen b6. Okay. If you ask me, it looks scary, to be honest. Bishop c4, knight g5.
If I play
For a mare,
C5.
yeah, you probably should. Yeah, c5. Let's move the queen. Not sure if I have to be. Oh well, probably e3 is good. It's like e3 feels not bad. So the idea is, I want to go knight g5 and queen h3, stuff like
Yes.
that.
Should I take this knight?
Yeah, so that was what I was thinking. You should take every knight, so that apparently today the software has problems with those knights. So let's
Yes.
just try to exchange them.
Just erase them.
Bishop f8, and here white certainly has compensation, because the bishop is very powerful. White has the majority on the king side, which he eventually can start moving. Well, maybe not in immediate f5 or of any sorts,
Yes.
but well, usually it's a very good sign for you if you are material down. Like in this case, white is an exchange down, but you can play you think of this position and you think, I can play it slowly. I'm not in a rush to prove. Like, that means you have so-called positional compensation, right?
Yes.
So basically, you're trying to prove this bishop is not worse than the rook. So
Let's
you can
not
play,
forget that Alexei Sarana is more than 1 hour.
Ahead on the clock, yeah.
Yes,
Shirov is
ahead on
down
the
to
clock.
20 minutes.
Yes,
Shirov
if
down
it's
to-
correct, of course, but
Yeah, I think it's a correct
Yes.
time display. Sometimes it refreshes after one of the players makes the move. So it would show, for instance, if Sarana is thinking after Queen B6, it might still show 1 hour 30 and it will switch to 1 hour 15, for
Yes,
instance. After
yes.
15 minutes he will eventually make a move. But yeah, but Shirov's time has to be correct. Shirov's time has to be correct. So that means he's down to 20 minutes as early as move 21. Yeah, I really like White's position after bishop c4.
yes, absolutely. It's so active and
Yeah, this f7 is a problem. f7 is a problem. Yeah, c4, queen e3. Okay, let's try to move to e7 maybe, so that if knight g5 happens, we'll take the knight. Maybe that makes more sense. But then after this, White might as well go for e5.
yes, why not?
Or f5, yeah. Then if takes, maybe the queen. Yeah, I was originally planning to go queen h6,
So,
but there is a
e6,
maybe to start with e6 then,
maybe.
or do it this way.
Yes,
Go
maybe
e6,
like this.
black has to take, and then we go to h6. Yeah. This looks that there is bishop f8.
We can take on e6, I think,
First,
first.
yeah.
Yes.
Bishop e6. You're absolutely right. It's a checkmate. no, for some reason I thought I'm being clever by playing queen h6, but that seems to be a checkmate by force. King h8, it's queen e5, king f8, it's queen h6, so that's the only move, and then not this, which might be enough, but this is stronger, right? Queen e5,
Bishop f6.
bishop f6, and we have bishop h6. That's
Absolute disaster.
That's just a checkmate in a couple of moves. Queen f5 and
Yes,
queen
so-
f6 and
Simplicity.
yeah.
It's the best
so
form of winning.
That means black is in quite a bit of trouble.
Yes, usually Alexei Shirov is a player from whom we expect attack,
Sacrifices, yeah.
sacrifice, fire on board,
Yeah,
and
notorious
so
fire on
on.
board, right?
yes. So, but now he's in trouble, I guess.
So now what I'm thinking of is, could it be that White has like strong alternatives to bishop c4? Like for instance, I was thinking the knight on f3 is not moving. I wanted to play knight g5. Okay. I wanted to play
g5.
knight g5, but it's not moving. It's freezing. We
Yes.
found the glitch. We
That's
found
very
the glitch.
strange. Okay, but let's imagine knight g5. Is it possible to react with h6, or is it too weak?
Well, h6, it's bishop c4 in this case.
And
So we
if
are
I
discussing this.
Yes.
h6, bishop c4, and then the g6 pawn
Yes,
will be
so
hanging.
it's
That's-
collapsing.
No,
Okay.
so the reason why I wanted to play knight g5, let me erase everything, and queen b6, knight g5, please. No.
No, it doesn't want to go there.
So the idea was like I moved the knight away, so if you play c5 you no longer have the possibility to capture the knight on f3.
Yes, probably. You should start with this.
Yeah, so the problem is the knight is not moving, so maybe our software tells us, guys, bishop c4 is strong enough, don't look for something else. Seriously though, it looks very promising for a young player, for Alexei Sarana. So far the princes are doing fine, right?
Yeah, they're doing quite fine. And there was the Lomasov-Nair game.
Where possibly kings
there
have
are
the
some
chance, right?
problems.
Where possibly kings have the chance. Let's see.
No,
Rook
Evgeny
C7,
is being very slow. He doesn't want to proceed with g5 at the moment.
Yeah, after queen c8, you almost get the feeling that maybe after not succeeding yesterday with his attack, maybe
Yes.
Nair, the kind of lesson learned, and
He is
I
a
will
bit-
not go for any kind of g5 today.
Has made some precautions.
Yeah. So a good thing about queen c8 is that White actually, as we've discussed, White doesn't have an active plan of his own. But again, what does Queen C8 prepare? Probably C5, and that will mean that White will swap the bishop, swap on C5. That's very likely a draw, you know. Okay, maybe not immediately, but equal position.
I'm very curious about the knight on G3. Is it moving?
Not much for the time being.
No, let's try, I guess. Is it
you mean, yeah, the software? No, the knights, yeah, the knights are the problem.
Yes.
No surprises here. It's one tricky piece, you know. Sometimes I keep forgetting how those knights move myself. Yeah, there is apparently... Let's go to Tomaszewski and Yesipenko. There should be still a knight on the board.
Yes.
Let's find out if this one moves.
No.
No. It's white to move and the knight only. It will have to move because F4 is threatening. Let's see. Knight G3 was played. Bishop to F4. Knight F5. Bishop back to E5. As I've promised. G3. Queen G5, Knight E3, and F5.
Interesting. Is quite determined.
He wants to play F4, right?
Yes. He wants to win another game.
I'm not sure if White is the one who's playing for a win here. Sorry, if Black is the one who's playing for a win here. After F4 and...
quite double-edged,
say,
right?
Knight D5. I need this knight to move to D5. It doesn't do it. That's the first time, yeah, as I said, guys who are watching us and might be wondering what those two are talking about. I'm trying to repeat it at the start of each broadcast. We are using new software, and till today, till this particular moment where this trouble with knights occurred, it was working tip-top. So
don't invite any more guests.
No, I'm not blaming it on you. It's just those stupid knights they have, like they're not in the mood to move today. Horses. Should I say horses? Horsey, please go to D5? No.
No.
Okay, but what I mean, after knight D5, it doesn't look all that scary for white, the attack. I have the control over light squares, and I don't feel like my king is getting checkmated anytime soon. It might as well be black is playing for some sort of, you know, needs the initiative not to be worse, but it's very unlikely for black to be better. So I would once again call this one like balanced, as they like to say. Balanced position. Probably no real risk for black, but again, if white wants to be safe, bishop g2 should be good enough.
Yes, for sure.
Well, so one more time to Gelfand in Ufa.
Yes, we were shown up to this moment the game. So
King knight g7 and
mass
rook
exchanges
e8.
happened.
Rook e8, a4. So Ufa, well, that is interesting. Could have taken the pawn. Apparently was scared of a move that we cannot show.
Yes.
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
Therefore, he went for rook e8. Point being, if you trade on e8 yourself, black knights are moving.
Black knights, yes.
a4. Then after knight f6.
You can
black wins
just protect your pawn.
Yeah, black wins the pawn back.
Only if you play knight g5, which you
knight
cannot
g5,
do.
which you cannot do with this software. Yeah.
h6.
The line goes like this: white can save the pawn, but he will not be able to win the game. Knight g5, h6, knight e4. Black trades on e4. That's opposite colors. Only one extra pawn. Black is completely safe.
Yes.
So a4 move makes it a little bit different, because then black is the side who has to take. Okay, knight e1, knight to e8, knight d3. Now this knight gets stuck on e1. So
until Boris makes a move.
Yeah, that'll be the move, I believe. Bishop e4 to be able to answer knight f6 with bishop f3. And you know what? It is an extra pawn. It won't be easy to win, because black has very firm control over the dark squares. There are opposite castles, colored bishops.
Yes.
So if you swap the knights, it's 99% of the time it will be a draw.
Yes.
But still, the pawn is the pawn. There is potential of pushing the king side forward, maybe getting some space here. So it's not a draw just yet. It's not a draw just yet. So I'm wondering, after bishop e4, if there is anything better for black. It's like knight d6 doesn't help either, because I can put it on d3 once again, restricting the knight. That's well-known wisdom. Put your bishop 2 squares away from the knight, so it restricts all the active jumps. You can't jump forward with this knight. It will be always taken by the bishop. Right, so 2 hours into the round, all 4 games in progress, and none of them seems to be boring. Even Tomaszewski and Yesipenko managed to create some interesting position out of this rook e1 Berlin line.
Yes, and I would like to say goodbye.
Thanks for joining. That was a pleasure to have you here. It was a pleasure to discuss chess with someone else, and I'll use this possibility to run away quickly and maybe try to get our knights, basically white knights, fixed. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for watching, and please stay with us. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the last classical game of Nutcracker tournament. Well, back from the break, took a little bit longer than expected, needed to restart the software. Now seemingly everything works. At least all the games are still in progress, we didn't miss much. So let us waste no time and see what has happened during our absence. And I'd like to start with Sarana Shirov, the game that looked very, very interesting right from the start. Finally, Alexei Sarana came up with the move. There was bishop c4 move in this position, the move that we were looking at. Pawn went to c5, queen went to e3. We were anticipating this particular set of moves, and then queen c6 was played by Alexei Shirov, while building the battery on the long diagonal, making a move like knight g5 impossible. Queen c6, however, is connected with the idea to return extra material, because after queen b3 the bishop is, for the first time perhaps in this game, the bishop on d6 is really hanging. Plus there is a threat of bishop takes f7, so bishop is more important than bishop f7 threat. Bishop to e7 was the move of Alexei Shirov. Check on f7, king g7, and over here, while waiting to come back on air from the break, I was watching the camera view, and Alexei Sarana seemed to be uncertain if he wants to take the rook or not, because as we were discussing in some other lines, this bishop might prove to be stronger than black's rook. So ended up capturing on e8, but honestly I was considering, as strange as it sounds, moving the bishop back. Bishop c4, so you make sure the c pawn is, is blocked. And then once again, somehow very slowly, you might want to develop your attack on the king side. So white has 4 versus 2 on the king side. Black's majority on the other side of the board is of no significant importance, it seems. So bishop c4 was an interesting alternative to the move in the game, which is bishop takes e8, rook takes e8, and rook c1. You want to stop c5, c4. If black gets c4, he has decent counter chances. Rook to c1, so the situation has changed. It's white who's up material now, right? It's white who has an extra pawn. Black, as a compensation for this, or relies on a pair of bishops as a compensation for this, a5 guards the b4 pawn, which was hanging after rook c1, yeah? There is a pin on this c file, so therefore bishop b4 was a threat. So a5 fights this idea. Possibly a5, a4 is the move to reckon with for white. I was looking at queen d5 move, to be honest. Queen d5 was the idea to trade the queens, and if this happens, some sort of b3, and black goes rook c8, and no, rook c8 is silly. I've just blundered the pawn on b4. Okay, black goes a5, and after bishop e3 goes rook c8. I don't think black is any worse here. White's majority on the king side will be very tough to move forward in absence of a light square bishop, while black is threatening c5, c4. Black is threatening c5, c4. Might be even better for black, this one. So apparently there was the other reaction for white available in case of queen d5. Shirov decided to play a5 instead. Okay, so now white has to reconsider what's going on there. I believe white has to be careful and possibly avoid the queen trades. Possibly white has to rely on the king side attack, and for this he has to keep the queens on the board. The bishop on d2 is not impressive either. Honestly, I don't like white's decision to capture the exchange. It's like, so we've reached this position. I'm not sure if white could try to continue playing for an attack, not capturing the pawn on f7 at all. Perhaps bishop f7 is the move you need to play, but after king g7, feeling is that this bishop was really, really important, and possibly bishop back to c4. As strange as it looks, right? We were all taught that rook was 5 pawns and bishop only 3, but it could be that this bishop needed to be preserved. So after a5, it does look like black has very nice compensation for the pawn he has sacrificed. Well, the time situation is somewhat alarming for Alexei Shirov. 27th move he has just made, a5. That means 10 minutes left for 13 more moves. Well, not that terrible of a time trouble, but still, certain time deficit is experienced by Alexei Shirov. Moving on, Tomaszewski against Yasipenko. The position has simplified even further after f5. Remember, we were having difficulties with this, moving those knights, right? Bishop g2 was played, f4. I was trying to play knight d5 here, but maybe white is getting stuck this way, so he needs to guard the knight all the time. And okay, Tomaszewski decided to capture on c6 instead. bc6, knight to c4, rook f8. Honestly, still, if any side is playing for a win here, it's white. Don't be fooled by the looks of it, so that black has dangerous attack and everything. Not really. Wondering if a move like queen e4 actually works. Targeting this, there is no d5 because queen e5. And black has certain difficulties guarding c6, and perhaps have to mention that this kind of sacrifices do not seem to work. There is queen g2. There is queen g2. Who knows, however, the king is left out of defenders, right? It could be that some move like queen h4 targeting the knight, and then the rook lift to f6, g6. But still, I find it hard to believe. Knight takes d6. Ah, well, this one was missed completely by myself. Knight takes d6. Yes, of course. And so now after bishop takes d6, there is a check, and queen takes d6, right? So knight d6, black really needs to find a good move in order to wait a sec. So takes over here, pawn takes, and there is no such thing as capture on g3. Black simply captures back, right? And the knight will return to e4 if anything. Well, actually, that's an extra pawn for white if I ever seen one. I don't really see what to do. I mean, you probably play some sort of h5 and try for a kingside initiative. Knight e4, just go to g6. h4 is, well, is disturbing. Yeah, no questions asked. h4 is disturbing, but still queen e3 and rook e1. So bring your forces closer to the center, and maybe you're not that much afraid of. Maybe you're not that much afraid of the kingside attack. We'll see. Let's remind ourselves that that's a game between two leaders of a tournament, both on 2.5 out of 3. And particularly for Andrei Yasipenko, it's a big score. Well, wins quite a bit of rating with this performance, because nearly all of his opponents are higher rated than himself, right? So having 2.5 out of 3 against such an opposition, that's really a huge achievement for a young gentleman. Yes, indeed, he does play h7, h5. So we'll see what Tomaszewski comes up with. Yeah, perhaps knight e4 is needed, because I was thinking of, well, the point is the knight is not hanging just yet, right? So I was thinking of a move like queen e4, but this allows black to sacrifice on g3. And if white happens to capture, then after this check, the knight is gone on d6. So queen e4 is not the move you want to play. Moving the knight back to c4. Once again, not something that I would do. Not something that I would do. Feels like the knight is needed on e4 to guard g3. So I expect knight e4, move the queen, not sure if it's g6 or g4, and then black is looking to play h4 and try to create some threats. Still not hopeless for black, of course, but the pawn is the pawn. Let's see the game of Boris Gelfand and Daniil Yufa. Yeah, to my surprise, Yufa decided to play rook e8 here. Yeah, now that the knights are moving, we can check what would have happened in case of bishop a3. I suspect that was a concern of Daniil Yufa. Knight g5 and then knight to h7. Then knight to f6, where the poor knight on g7 is getting practically paralyzed. Right, won't be able to move. Or he could have missed an immediate a4. Sometimes this happens. So you think, okay, my opponent will have to trade and then play a4, and I'm just winning the pawn back. Okay, let's see. So bishop e4. Remember, we were talking how bishop e4 needs to be played in order to keep the pawn alive. Knight f6, bishop f3. Black went for king f8. Knight to d7, king g2, and knight to c5. Still very likely a draw, right? So the knights are traded. That's what happened. And yeah, it's just a draw, you know, guys. b6, bishop d6, king on g7, move the bishop back and forth. Nothing's gonna happen. It's a pawn up, but not that kind of a pawn up that gives you any winning chances here. So I wonder if there was any way to prevent the knights exchange. Apparently not after g4, knight d7, because knight e5 is a threat, knight c5 is a threat. Maybe even without g4 there was no way stopping knight d7 and knight c5. So now bishop e4 played, h7, h6, f4. Is there ever any chance for white? That's like if you get the king to... No, I mean, it can't be anything. Just put the bishop on d6, target this guy. Play f6. Oh, well, don't play f6, put the king on g7. No, can't be anything. It's only one pawn, right? Which is typically not enough in the position with opposite colored bishops and no other pieces on the board. So this one, very likely a draw. Yosipenko will have to work for a draw against Tomaszewski. That one we've just seen before that. Sarana and Shirov, as I said, seems that tables turned, and now Shirov has a very decent position, possibly even some chances to, to play for a win, even though he's a pawn down. And let's see Lomasov versus Nair, the position where we expected Nair to go for some sort of breaks with g5 early on, was this one. Here, rook c7, queen e2, and here g5 was possible. In previous move, g5 was possible. After queen c8, you do get the idea that it's very unlikely that black is going to play for an activity on the king side, right, with his queen being put to c8. Rook c3, then a silent draw offer with bishop b4 and back to d6. White doubles on the c file and black goes with c6, c5. So now, what's going to happen? The bishops will be traded, and white perhaps has to trade on c5. Rook takes, bishop takes. And it could have been slightly better for white if not for this knight on g3, like with knight somewhere elsewhere, like on f3 for instance, there would be knight e5 jumps, knight g5 jumps. With knight on g3 is a bit misplaced. White will have to spend some time relocating the horsey. Therefore, I believe black does okay, but not more than that. It's very hard to imagine the situation there where black is actually better in such positions. I mean, something has to happen, like black will have to double on the d file with white skipping few moves. Then we can say, think of a situation where black is better. Otherwise, white should be in control. So surprisingly, today's round is much calmer than the previous ones, apart from this Shirov's game, perhaps. Yeah, is there anything else white can do after c5? I'm looking for a way to use the... well, there is no pin, but there is some unpleasant opposition on this c file, right? So I'm thinking if there is the way, like for instance, let's play bishop f3, and if black captures on f3, he cannot capture on d4, it seems. In this case, white trades the rooks, goes queen c6. The only way to prevent material loss is rook to f7, and that seems to be a very unpleasant pin, at least at the first glance. The knight is still terribly placed though, so for instance if white simply recaptures, there is a move like queen to d7, and this check back to d8, and who knows, I mean maybe black does just fine. I mean with white pawn structure being ruined, with knight being misplaced on g3, maybe black doesn't care of those, like of a pawn on a7 all that much. And not only that, but after bishop f3, black is not forced to capture, he can take on d4 immediately. So it all feels like white has to trade on b7 himself. White has to trade on b7 himself. Is there any way to try to apply some pressure? Queen to b5. I'm still looking for the opportunity to use the pin, like for instance in this case. In this case white actually seemed to get somewhere, because the only way to save the bishop on c7 is rook c8, and that's sad, right? Like everything pinned. But it only means that after queen b5 you don't have to capture on d4, you can play rook c8 for instance. After this capture you take with the rook, after this capture you take with the bishop. Now black is so solid, I can't really imagine black getting into any kind of trouble here. We are shown Sarana Shirov one more time, so let's see what happens there. After after a5, bishop e3 was played, rook went to d8. And as much as I want to play knight d4, use this c-file pin and get to e6, of course I cannot do this because g2 is hanging. Therefore queen c2, And queen e4. Remember what I said, that black might be satisfied with an endgame in a situation like that. So the endgame is actually acceptable. Now, for instance, white can trade and capture the second pawn. But this is very likely to lead to an immediate draw. Check here, rook d2, g2 is hanging, you have to go back to f3. Looks like draw to me. I mean, rook d1, rook d2. Black is unlikely to play for a win, because if you capture b2, black takes a5, white takes a5, right? You still have the draw, check and back. There is no way white avoids the repetition. So perhaps white doesn't, I mean, if white still has the intention to play for a win, he has to keep the queens, but in the variation like queen f2, black goes c4, and it's hard to say if white is better at all. It might be that, yeah, black is perfectly fine nevertheless. Knight d4. Oh, well, could be, like if knight d4 is a legit move. But there are issues with knight d4, like, is this a move then? Bishop h4, some tactical weirdness starts. Bishop h4, of course, cannot be taken because of checkmate in 1. There is knight e6, you go back to g8. After queen e2, you already have some possibilities with rook d3, so, well, this particular one actually does look like black is winning. So, you know, I mean, I'm still under this impression that white's position was better, and I kind of want to try to find the winning attempt for white, but objectively perhaps he has to trade and go for this endgame, which he cannot win. Is it ever black who is playing for a win being 2 pawns down? Like, hard to imagine, right? I mean, if you try to rush with the h-pawn, it still happens to be too slow, right? I mean, if in this position you play h3, you just win. But of course, white will not be sitting and waiting. He'll play h3 at some point. So after knight g1, and yeah, and then a4, trying to keep both pawns on the queen side, doesn't seem to work. There's rook c4 hitting the bishop, hitting the b4 pawn. So yeah, this seems to be, once again, yeah. Let's go back. This seems to be like a more or less forcing way for white to achieve a draw. You capture on e4, you take the pawn on c5. Black perhaps has to trade. And then, yeah, rook to d1 and rook to d2 seems to be a repetition. And we do have first draw. It's Boris Gelfand and Daniil Yufa agreeing on draw here. Well, just quickly, let's go through those moves. f4, bishop d6, king g7, and then black just sits and waits. b6, bishop b4, king to f6, bishop to e1, g5 check, goes back, goes f6. After g6, you pretty much do whatever you like. You can do this and then put the bishop on h2 if you want. So that the f pawn is always hanging, and if you play f5, then there is no way white is winning this position. So it looked a bit scary at one moment, but eventually Daniil Yufa makes a draw against Boris Gelfand, which leaves them both on -1 of the classical part. Gelfand lost the game to Yesipenko in round 2. Daniil Yufa lost to Evgeny Tomaszewski, the game that looked favorable for him in the first round. So we are left with 3 games. Once again, Sarana has more or less forcing way to achieve a draw against Alexei Shirov. Apart from that, yeah, Queen e4 would be the way to go for this endgame. Apart from Queen e4, I'm not sure if there is anything. Oh wait, maybe I'm too pessimistic for White. What happens if he trades on e4 but doesn't go for bishop c5? Plays knight d2 instead. I do suspect black has to be doing fine in this case, like bishop d5 for instance. Then once again, if you... now bishop c5 is not an option at all. There is rook c8, and in the previous line there was bishop e3 for white guarding the rook, but now that the knight on d2 is in the way, that means bishop c5 is not possible. Well, therefore, and a3 pawn is hanging, therefore you need to make a move like b2, b3, right? And that black goes a4, and I don't know if you like it, I mean, with white. Because ba4, bishop a3, all of a sudden you've given your opponent two connected passed pawns with two bishops on the board. So that might be scary for yourself rather than for your opponent. So, wait, that's a wrong game. So Sarna has a lot of time, but not that many options, it seems. Of course, well, I mean, he has the liberty to spend as much time as he likes, because if he trades the queens, as I said, it's pretty much a forced draw, not that much of a play remaining in this case. He can actually try to capture on c5 immediately. Is that correct? But it leads to precisely the same position, right? Queen takes c2, rook takes c2. You can swap on c5, go rook d1 check, and once again have your draw. Okay, so let's assume for the time being that this is roughly equal, even though quite a complex position. So let's look at Tomaszewski and Yosipenko to find out if there are any chances for Yosipenko to equalize. Tomaszewski's up a pawn after h5, knight e4 was played. And queen g4 was the reply of Andrei Yosipenko. So what did I say? Queen e3 followed by rook e1, right? So in this case, yeah, queen g4 is simply a better move than queen g6 I was analyzing, because now queen e3 you actually have to reckon with rook f3. And then queen g5 doesn't work because the knight is hanging. You will have to go to e2, and then h4 happens. You can't force the queen straight because rook g3 discovered attack on the queen. Yeah, it's like the move queen e2. I thought I'm being tricky because rook g3 is actually answered with knight g3 and the queen's protected, right? But then black simply continues with h4. Could it be that the whole assessment was wrong and black actually has more than enough for a pawn? Because yeah, if white doesn't have the opportunity to regroup like that with queen e3 and rook e1, black actually is going to continue pushing the h-pawn. What white's supposed to do? Like rook d1 to d3. But kind of doesn't, I mean, it sort of solves the immediate issue of the g3 pawn, but it doesn't help white to, you know, to chase black pieces away. And as long as the queen is on g4, as long as your king is under some sort of an attack, your queenside extra pawn won't really matter. And let's not forget there is such maneuvers, bishop c7, bishop b6, and then once again extra pressure on f2. That's one tricky position. Tomaszewski's down to 12 minutes. It's moved 27. So once again, not a time trouble just yet, but some time deficit potentially. King g2 doesn't help because there is always a check. So ideally I wanted 2 moves in a row. Queen e2, rook e1. Please, someone, can I play 2 moves in a row? No. Might be a critical position again. Moving the knight in order to play queen e4, is this the solution? Knight d2, attack the bishop, play queen e4. Say bishop goes to c7, you play queen e4, black goes bishop b6. As much as I would like to keep the queens on the board, I don't see a nice square for this queen. And also c6 is hanging. c6 is hanging as well. Well, let's leave Tomaszewski thinking. I believe there are some moves in Sarana-Shirov game. After queen e4, indeed, the queens were traded. King g1 was played, and to my surprise, Shirov trades on f3. What's that? Bishop f3, gf3. Is he trying to claim that this is just fortress and white's extra pawn is of no importance? It could be the case. It's like he plays rook c8 now, threatening c4. White's supposed to go b3, and then you go there, and you kind of claim that you hold the position. Because the quote-unquote active rook d3 only helps white. There is king f2, next moves king e2, next moves king e2, the rook is chased away, and then at some point it might be that the c5 pawn is gonna fall. So it's either rook c8, which is, I mean, it's a bit passive to put the rook behind the weak pawn, but at the same time it kind of forces white to play b3. Or you can play rook d5, that's the other thing. But it's only fine if you do not mind trading the rook. So white first will start with b3, of course, and then say you pass, and white's gonna go rook d1. But maybe that one is more than acceptable for black. Once again, you trade, you put the king on e5. Piece is very active. It might as well be just a fortress. You shuffle the bishop to e7, f8, d8 maybe, and just stand still, and white has no chance to break through. This might be the case, because if the king runs too far away, like if the king somehow reaches g4, black will always have the counterplay connected with c5, c4 break. Shirov goes for rook c8, however. Feeling is b3 is needed. I mean, you can play rook c4 if for some mysterious reason you want your pawn to be on b2, but I don't see why would you do this. I guess you just play b3. Then some sort of a4 becomes a move, which will be mildly irritating. So if you capture, it's c4, potentially c3, this pawn falls, more or less. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, if it's actually black who has some intentions to play for a win after b3, a4, ba4. Well, let's be serious. Rook a8. doesn't lead anywhere because white can capture on c5. Right, and if c4, white goes a5. No, that's nonsense I'm talking. All the way to a7 or rook a8, and then white once again is free to capture on c4. Now, it doesn't make sense to play a4 for black. After b3, needs to bring the king to e6 first. What's happening there? We are shown Tomaszewski and Yesipenko. Bishop takes c3 played. After queen g4, knight c5 was the move of Evgeny Tomaszewski. So instead of returning the knight back to d2, that's what I was trying to do. He goes knight c5, queen f5, guarding the bishop, targeting f2, so there is no queen e4, and after knight d7, bishop takes c3 played. Queen takes c3. There is no queen f2 because after king h1 the knight survives. So the knight is taken on d7. It's the position 4 pawns each with rooks and queens on the board. So you may guess it has to be a draw with precise play. I wonder if there is any chance for white to be better here. Because, well, technically white has more compact pawn structure, right? The c6 pawn is somewhat weak. But at the same time, as long as both rooks and queens are on the board, white has to care about his king's safety. So, for instance, after rook c1, rook f6, black keeps the pawn protected and then is threatening h5, h4 all the time. And if you somehow miraculously trade the queens, then guess what? Rook ending with 4 pawns each. This, well, weakness on c6 is of no significant importance. Might as well be that today's round we won't see any results. Depends on Lomasov and Nair, actually. Depends a lot on Lomasov and Nair. Let me update. Yeah, back to this position with queen d7. No, I don't see anything big happening here. Seems Andrei Yesipenko is fully in control. So that will mean both players finishing the classical part on 3 out of 4. Yeah, still a very, very good result. Good result for Tomaszewski, and I dare to say exceptionally good result for Andrei Yesipenko. Queen check on c4. Perhaps offering black a chance to, to go wrong, or to guess if it's wrong or right to swap the queens. Because in positions like that, and typically if you're a young, ambitious player, you kind of somewhat lose interest in the game, because you understand, oh well, too many pieces traded, well, probably I will not have enough of an attack, and then you tend to lose your interest in the game, and you say, okay, let's just make a draw. And this might be the case where Tomaszewski is after you. I mean, he's trading, he starts creating the passed pawn. Okay, I don't believe in this particular position white runs white has any chance to win, right? Black runs any risk of getting in trouble. But still, I mean, moves like queen d5 going to an endgame have to be really, really carefully thought through. Or, for instance, you play queen f7, and in this case, after rook c1, you might actually be worse. Might actually be in a bit of a trouble. Because you can't take f2, yeah, the queen is pinned, white is threatening to trade the queen's capture on c6. If you trade on c4, at the very least, white pieces are much more active. So force this first. Then, well, actually just go king g2, black can't play king f7, the natural move, because after rook a5 he loses a pawn. So moves like that in, quote-unquote dead drawish positions are actually somewhat tricky. And it's very misleading when you look with the computer, because like I can imagine for an engine it's always 0, 0, 0, like 10. I mean, how many legal moves are there? Like rook f7 should be equal, king h8, king h7 should be equal, like literally anything should be equal. But yeah, but from human standpoint, you immediately start looking at possible queen trades and evaluate the endgames. Okay, we have switched to Lomasov and Nair. Let's see what happens there. Yeah, we've seen this quite some time ago after c5. So white came up with d takes c5, rook takes c5 played, b4, rook's traded, trade on b7, queen c4, queen goes to e7. After a3, Nair goes with e5, fe5, bishop e5, f4, and a funny little move, bishop to a1. Because yeah, Evgeny had to be careful not to be left with this bishop passive, like in case of bishop b8, the bishop will be misplaced. So he decides to put it on a1. Because very next move, he will have for the time being, the e3 pawn is attacked, right? So white won't have a chance to trap the bishop immediately, which would be the case, like say, with king on f2, rook a2 or queen a2 would trap the bishop, force it to f6, and white would have knight f5 capture. But yeah, but for the time being, the e3 pawn is hanging, and in case of king f2, for instance, black goes g7, g6, once again restricting the knight even further. The bishop is safely returning to g7 to guard the king. In fact, black is somewhat better in this position. He has a safer king, he has bishop versus knight, where we are talking about the structure on both wings, right? So typically it's a favorable situation for the side with the bishop. His bishop is much easier to switch from one wing to the other. And Semyon Lomasov is I believe, the only outsider of this tournament with half a point out of 3, right? So he made the draw in round 1 against Boris Gelfand, and then he lost 2 consecutive games with black against Alexei Shirov and Evgeny Tomashevsky. Speaking of Alexei Shirov, let's see what happens there. b2, b3 was played. b2, b3 was played. Shirov, as we were... wait a sec. After rook c8, now king f2 was played first. Shirov went with king f7, king e2, king e6, b2, b3 eventually was played, king to d5. Kind of hinting at c5, c4, king d3, the only legit way to stop c4, and then a4 played. So one of the ways you can go about this position is to play a4 and to play a3. So there constantly will be a threat if white loses control. There's constantly going to be a threat of c5, c4 break connected with b4, b3 break, and then the a pawn is very dangerous. It's like far advanced a pawn on a3. Or you might want to, okay, let's say for simplicity's sake, let's say white does not react at all, plays h2, h3, just sits and waits here. You can do this and go rook a8, and then the rook, if the rook gets to a3 or a2, b2, this pawn is actually in danger. So despite white having an extra pawn, he's not absolutely safe, I have to say. So the only worrisome fact for Shirov is that he's really, really low on time, so below 2 minutes on move, whatever it is. It's move 36, so in fact, yeah, for some reason I felt this game was developing slowly and I felt like there should be significant time trouble, but it's only 4 moves left for Alexei Shirov. So he can go like rook a8, you know, and then maybe even make a waiting move to reach move 40 to get half an hour increment and proceed from there. Oh wow, something has happened in Lomasov's game against Nair, something that I honestly didn't expect to see. Knight takes f5, what's that? Whoa, that's one cute tactic out there. I've missed it, Evgeny Nair seemingly missed it. That's a beautiful tactic. Rook f5, guys, do you know what happens after rook f5? It's not queen c8, that's the first thing you check when you're playing with black. That's not queen c8 because rook f8 obviously, but I believe it's queen e4. Attacking the queen, attacking the rook, and you know, it's all about the back rank issues. After queen f8, white actually wins with, oh wait, that was a nice story I was trying to tell, but white doesn't really win. Queen f5, that was what I was thinking about, but then it's queen takes f5 and there is no rook c8. Hang on. What's the point? Do we have it right? Knight f5. Well, at least the official scoreboard says it's on the board. Knight f5. So let me see one more time. Rook takes. Queen to e4, right? Because queen e6, it's queen e6. If it's any other move, I don't really get why on earth white would play it. So it's got to be queen e4. And then black has queen f8. And then you go queen e6. Not a trivial tactic, I have to say. Not a trivial tactic, I have to say. So the rook is hanging plus rook c8. In case of rook f6, there is still rook c8. Well, that's missable, and it does seem to be missed by Evgeny Nair. That's one nice tactic out there. So in hindsight, it turns out bishop d6 was actually better. Was actually better than the move he played. What does he even do here? Queen e8. But then white has queen d3 and he's just a pawn up, right? He's just a pawn up. Okay, let's check it one more time. Let's make sure that this is not possible to take. So one more time. Queen e4. This kind of threats, this kind of threats, this kind of threats. Queen f8 is strictly only move. And then we go to e6. Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing. There is no bishop f6 to play bishop d8 because queen f5 and there is no discovered attack. Well, I'm not even sure what Nair is supposed to do. Let's go back to Sarana Shirov, the only game where we seemingly have some sort of time trouble. After a4, Alexei Sarana replied with rook c2, rook a8, bishop to c1, ab3, ab3. That's move 30, 9. So 2 more moves for Shirov to make. Rook a1, I suppose. Yep. Rook a1, and it's somewhat annoying because this rook b1 is about to happen. So perhaps what you do is rook c4, right? How do you deal with rook b1 threat? Because you don't want the invader in your camp. It's like you can play bishop b2, but then it's no way you're better. Like this rook will be on f1, h1, constantly hitting one of your pawns. So the whole setup with rook c2, bishop c1 was to prevent this rook from getting more active than it is. It's already quite annoying, right? So I'm thinking rook c4, planning for king c2, but then after rook a2 you simply don't have a chance but to repeat. You go to c2 and then black goes to a1 and then you go back to c4. No, Serenal decided otherwise. He goes bishop b2, allowing this rook to move. Well, actually, after rook b1, isn't white sort of... no, he isn't. Thought he's tied down, but no, that's nonsense. You move the rook, you go king c2. Rook g2, and in fact, king c2 threatens with a check. Yeah, after bishop b2, you probably go like rook f1 or rook h1. Still hard to imagine white winning this one. So should have accepted the repetition. There was a way to repeat the moves. So now Shirov's going to make one more move and we'll meet the time control requirements. Rook to d1 check. Okay, so that's the decision of Alexei Shirov. Check on d1, king e2. Once again hinting at rook d2, trade is just a draw. Believe black doesn't need to do anything, just can sit and wait, moving the bishop here and there. King goes to e2. Does it mean that white is still playing for a win? Can go there, check. That's an interesting thing. Where the king's supposed to go? I guess e6. King d3, and you attack the f pawn, right? Let's see. Yeah, goes to h1. Even though he's got an increment after rook d1, but there is no need to spend time there. Yeah, rook h1 is the move. Might as well be just a draw if white returns back, and a check, and white returns back. Finally, a couple of moves in Lomonosov-Nair. So Nair decided not to take, and wisely so. Yeah, that's a very, very nice piece of tactic, really. It's like, because the reason white impressed me so much, because it's more or less the first time first thing you check with white. It's like first time you see the position, you see there are back rank issues, and that's the first time first thing you check. Knight f5, rook f5. Queen c8, rook f8. There is nothing. Then, kind of second layer of thinking, you spot queen e4. I was incredibly happy to spot queen e4. Well, what a brilliant move. But then you might stop after realizing that queen f8 kind of provides everything, because there is no queen f5. Queen f5, the c8 square is guarded. And to come further and find out that after queen e6 there is no defense, that requires a sharp tactical vision. To queen e6, and there is actually no defense against rook c8. And somehow, well, when it happens like this, then any kind of crazy variations you can think of still work in white's favor. Like for instance this line. I was thinking of bishop d4. Point being, if white captures, then black can take on f4, and this rook c8 doesn't really work because of checks there. So checks all the time, right? And it should be a perpetual, it feels. Wait, unless you go there, well, there isn't a perpetual even there. Because you go to g5, after h6, you go to g6, and after rook f6, you take the rook. So even this doesn't work. Okay. So that's a nice piece of tactic. Black reacted with queen e7 to d7 after knight g3, eventually plays g6, so the situation has changed. White is a pawn up, might still be problematic to win because apart from this pawn on f5, black does keep all the benefits. His king is still somewhat safer, he still has the bishop against the knight, but of course, yeah, having the pawn on f5 wouldn't really hurt Evgeny Nair. What's the situation with the time control? Move 34, so shouldn't be any problem reaching the time control. 18 minutes for Lomasov, a little bit less than 10 for Evgeny Nair. We have one more draw, it seems, in the game between Tomaszewski and Josipenko, judging on the fact that players are discussing the game over the board. We left it here after queen c4 check, king h7. Rook went to e1, rook went to f5. As I said, black has to make sure that he is not ending up in some worse ending. But after queen e4, queen d5, of course, that's absolutely different story because black's rook is active and he's the one who starts creating threats. So rook to c5, after rook e6, rook c2, and well, keep trading stuff. Rook c5, b6, and we are left with the rook ending 2 pawns each. Okay, so that's your typical draw on a very, very high level. Modest opening choice. I'm still unhappy to see not this rook e1, but the previous rook e1. Rook e1 on move 5. I think it's injustice that this thing exists against the Berlin, but who I am to argue here? Maybe there is absolutely nothing in the endgame, even though it seems much more interesting to me. Right, so then we've reached this position, and it really seemed that white is getting somewhere, but Josipenko clearly identified that he's the one who has to look for activity, so I really support the idea of parting with this f6 bishop and trying to go for active counterplay. Like for instance in this line we were discussing with Eteri Kublashvili on air, if white captures on f6, he has the pair of bishops plus black's isolated pawn on d6, seemingly some advantage, but not really, because black is very active. Rook e8, knight h4, you know, queen g6, or even knight h4 and knight f3 sometimes will be a threat. Like, yeah, bishop f4, knight h4, bishop takes, nah, bishop goes to g3. What can be safer than having 3 pawns and the bishop on g3, one would think. Yet there is knight f3, you have to capture, otherwise you lose the queen, queen f3. How do you prevent queen h1? There is no answer. Okay, so really nicely identified moment when black had to go for an active counterplay, and he basically stuck to this strategy till the end of the game. So where was this? Yeah, knight c4 and rook f8. So I've blundered this knight d6, right? But it doesn't seem that Josipenko has blundered it. Knight d6 wins the pawn. Black says, I don't care, I'll get to your king. h5 and queen g4, much more precise than queen g6. Okay, fair enough draw. So 2 games left in progress. Lomasov and Naya are yet to reach the time control. Simon Lomasov is still thinking. And Saranashirov, Alexei Saranov went back to d3. If I'm, yeah. Well, actually, we have the move here, so let's stay with this game. King h1 to g2. What can be easier than that? Let's see what to do for Evgeny Nair. Somehow this bishop, which I kept praising as a as a powerful piece, it has no targets whatsoever. So now that I'm thinking, okay, let's imagine one thing about my favorite thing to do. Let's imagine black has unlimited time. Where do you like this bishop to be? And I'm not sure about the answer, to be honest. It's like, take on e3, right, but from which exact square you're planning to do so? Rook f8 to e8 played, perhaps hoping to provoke white to play e3, e4, so that at least you get the target on f4. I'm not trying to say that e3, e4 is a bad move. It's just that from Nair's perspective, as I said, over here, it's really hard to find directions. So one thing is like the objective valuation of the position. The other thing is like how hard it is to find those moves, right? So no counterplay, it seems. So after rook e8, e4, it will be clear the f4 pawn is somewhat weak, so white starts experiencing some issues connected with queen g4, possibly h5, h4 over there. f4 is a bit weak. In some lines, even like e4 pawn drops. I'm not sure, for instance, what happens. Well, after queen f1, the silly bishop is hanging. So first, you'll have to go back to g7. But then perhaps you are threatening to take the pawn on e4. It could be this. We'll see. We'll see. And with this little material left on the board, it might as well be that, is it ever a move? King f2. No, I don't like queen h3. I mean, that's the problem. So, once again, the original intention was to claim that the king becomes one of the actual pieces. So not the, the weak thing you have to care of, but an actual piece that can take part in the game guarding the center. But it's still a weak piece. Queen h2, king f2, queen h3, threatening queen h2. That's once again annoying. So you'll have to make awkward moves like knight f1 to keep your stuff together. So not yet the moment to join the action for the king. And again, king f3 wouldn't be bad if not for queen d1 check. Because once again, it's like one tempo away. White is one tempo away from consolidating. Well, he actually does play king f3. That's interesting. What I want to say, white is one tempo away from consolidating. Like, imagine I go king f2 and black returns the bishop to g7. Then white plays queen c6. And he starts either chasing black pieces away from the active squares, or like after this trade, it's just a technical position for white. White is just, pawn up and has utmost control over the course of the action, and eventually the king is better placed than this silly king on h8. For the endgame, of course, you want your king to participate. So king f3, my main concern was queen d1 check. Or maybe there is not that much of an issue. You go to e2 with the... Do you play queen e2 or... No, that's the question. Do you play queen e2 or rook e2? No, queen e2. If queen d5 check, can go back, but since you've committed to king f3, you might not want to go back. Maybe you go e4 there. Yeah, could be. King is not that weak on f3, right? After this check, however, you will have to go back. Okay, this one's heating up. So we have two draws. We have what looks like a draw to me in Sarana Shirov, plus they've reached the time control, so the game will be paced much slower if it will continue. Because, yeah, at the very least, Shirov has half an hour and Sarana must have 45 minutes, something. Right, but here, that's, still a nervous moment. You do have the time, but not that much, really. The king on f3 might be a good thing, might run into some checks, some tactics. So that might be an awkward moment here. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left for Evgeny Nair. As you can see, once again, no technique is perfect. In the 21st century, we cannot relay the time properly. Still, our digital clock is a couple of minutes behind. It corrects immediately after the player makes the move. So as you can see, Lomasov's clock matches the camera view, so it's 11 minutes 10 seconds, but for Nair's clock it's a little bit trickier. So what are moves candidates here? Queen d1 check is, as I said, that's what you play in second in blitz. You see the check, you play the check, but maybe it's not such a great idea. How about going for h7, h5? How about going for h7, h5? So my plan is not to give queen d1 check, but to give queen g4 check instead. Plus, potentially this pawn is very useful disturbing the knight on g3, like we can see in this variation. Queen goes to c6. Well, in fact, the original plan was to go to e7, but now that I'm looking at it, queen d1 might be interesting as well. White no longer has queen e2. But let's look at my original line. Queen to e7, targeting this one. White goes e4. Seems like I'm exceeding the limit of blunders today, because I thought h4, knight has to go, I'm taking the pawn. Miro, the pawn is protected by the queen on c6. Now, so h5, not really. Let's see. You see check, you give a check. Yeah, that's a good advice. Queen d1 check. So let's see. Is it queen e2, or in fact king f3 to f2 also makes a lot of sense. Point being, why didn't we like an immediate king f2? Because of queen h3, right? But now, since black queen is on d1, it could be that king h2 is not a bad move. And then you're trying to say the queen on d1 is actually misplaced. And then I'll play rook e2, I'll free my queen, and I'll have some sort of queen f7 threats. Okay, not a huge threat perhaps, but targets the rook and potentially the pawn on a7. Yes, king to f2 is the move Semyon Lomasov plays. Yeah, feeling is like the very next move needs to be rook e2, so you kind of make sure everything is protected. Like, for instance here, bishop f6 or bishop g7. You probably just do this, and then your queen is free to jump like to f7 or something. The knight is free sometimes. It's really, really heating up. 4 minutes left for Nair. Desperately needs to find the exact way he organizes counterplay, otherwise it'll be too late. Okay.
okay, let's think. There is no immediate threat, right? White doesn't have any immediate threat. But at the same time, like h7, h5, the move I constantly try to make work, also happens not to be such a huge threat, right? So, okay, h5, at the very least I can play queen e2. So in fact, what Evgeny Nair does, he comes back to d7. Comes back to d7 with the idea to put the queen back on h3. But remember what we are talking about. That white is, what did I say? White is one move away from stabilizing. So isn't it the moment white goes queen c6? Isn't it the moment white goes queen c6? Probably it is. Because, yeah, Semyon Lomonosov found the way to win the tempo I was looking for, right? So king f3, check here, just go king f2, and if your opponent goes back to d7, now you can play queen c6, where black apparently doesn't trade, but goes queen e7 instead. Yeah, probably that's what he does. It's still kind of tricky though, because now rook e2 I'm far less happy with, because the queen is back in black's camp, and I don't have the opportunity to attack a7, right? The bishop's gonna be back finally. The moment I start pushing those guys, I actually give black targets to attack. After rook e2, well, let's say bishop goes to g7. If I go e4, that's the target, right? So immediate rook f8, queen h4, in some lines even bishop h6. And if, say, I put the pawn on f5, then after bishop e5, I think black is absolutely fine. That's certainly not what you want to do. It's one of those, once again, the positional button for this one. Strangely enough, you want to keep the pawns on the squares of opponent's bishop to restrict it, not to let it be active. So if I start moving my e-pawn, I want the situation like that. So the pawn is on e5 and my opponent's bishop is limited. I don't want this, where he has the fantastic outpost on e5. Let's see. No queen c6 just yet. And for those of you wondering what happens in Shirov's game, let's see. King e2, rook h1, rook d3, and rook to g1 played by Alexei Shirov. So he's not in rush to try to repeat the moves. He's not in rush to try to repeat the moves. Which makes me wonder if he's the one who's playing for a win here. Could this be the case, that he's the one who is playing for a win? I mean, he probably doesn't risk much. That's right, he probably doesn't risk much. You know what? What he can try to do is to crawl with the h-pawn all the way to h3. The other active idea is to get the king to f5. Yeah, white's bishop on b2 is terrible. How do you actually improve the situation for white here? I'm not very happy with how it looks. I suspect Sarana was kind of expecting black to repeat the position, saying that I was the one who had the pawn up, I was the one trying to play for a win. Now, if you want to draw, you can have a draw. So that was the message behind this king d3, and Shirov says, no thank you, let's try to play on a little. Rook g1. Yeah, it's not like bad for white or anything, but it might be the position where it's harder to make moves for white. might be the position where it's harder to make moves for white. Like finding the actual idea on what to play. Rook e2 perhaps, maybe keeping in mind some e6. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Sarna's on almost on 1 hour, so of course has 56 minutes. Pay attention to the camera view rather than to this time we have on our digital clock there. We are working on it, guys. So let's wait. I believe what we'll do, we'll wait for the time trouble in this game to finish. Or rather, we'll wait for the players to reach the time control. There is no time trouble just yet. 3 moves left for each player, right? Lomasov's on 10 minutes. Well, he's left with a bit less. b5. Okay, so not queen c6, but b5. b5's useful. You, well, take more control over light squares here. You fix those 2 pawns on dark squares. The only thing you have to be careful about is to make sure this bishop never gets to c5, or the moment it gets to c5 you're already not scared of it. Like, for instance, bishop g7, and you need to have some sort of, wait a second, queen to c6, queen e7, do I have a move like queen e4 here? So again, it's probably a ridiculous move, right, because black at the very least can do something like this. But the tactical part of it does seem to work. Check, bishop f8. Even tactical part doesn't work. Check here, and black gets a very active rook. I have to play rook c8. So the original plan was, of course, to attack the a pawn and claim that rook has to go back, but it's not true because there is rook a4. So that doesn't work really. Okay, after b5, queen e7 played, targeting both e3 and a3. Also planning for queen h4 perhaps. So white needs to be a bit careful now. Needs to guard the pawn this way or another. I wonder what you do in such position. Do you really play rook e2? Because it's, I mean, from one hand it's a little bit sad to move the rook away, so that its only purpose, its only use is to protect the weak pawn. So I'd rather try to regroup in such a way, queen d3, and then lift the rook and get it to e4. So rook to e4, or maybe knight to e4 is what I'm looking for. But again, this runs into rook d8, and then queen e4. Seems that black can capture. Seems that black can capture. Queen to b3, okay. Queen to b3, 2 more moves to time control for Evgeny Nair, and 1 last move remaining for Semyon Lomasov. So guards both pawns. There is no bishop d4 tactic, because that would be, once again, that would be a great scenario for black. Imagine bishop d4, and for some reason white can't capture. Then you land the bishop on c5, outside bishop d4, and let's pretend if white captures, queen e1 happens to be a checkmate. Then after bishop d4, rook e2, bishop c5, white is tied down to a certain degree guarding the e3 pawn, and black seemingly has a very decent compensation, but yeah, but it's kind of living in the imaginary world, because bishop d4, I'll just snap take the bishop, it's only 1 check from e1. But anyway, that's the setup black has to be looking for, to get the bishop on c5, and to get it faster sooner than later, because faster sooner than slower. Because sooner rather than later, because otherwise white will establish the coordination. Aha, with queen on b3, the other thing I might be looking at is put the rook on c6, then double, then trade the rooks. That's another thing to watch out for. Because with b4, b5 being played, that's kind of another stable square for my pieces. The square on c6. All right. Okay, if our clock shows like 3 minutes, that means on the actual Evgeny Noye's timer, it's 1 minute left. I mean, you can make the time control no problem by going queen h4 and back. Queen h4, attack the h2 pawn. White will have to go king g2. Okay, that's something much more aggressive. The move that we were expecting Evgeny Noye to play some 20 moves ago. It's move 39. What was on move 19? Yeah, somewhere around this point I was mentioning bishop d6, rook ac1 here. I've mentioned g7, g5 being an idea, right? Or one move later. So, let's find out. Maybe it's like late better than never. Because still, if you go 5, it's a little bit different situation. Right now you potentially have 2 connected passed pawns, but still the fact that you give black an access to such a fantastic square for the bishop. Right, let's put the bishop on e5 and then let's look at this position. That's a powerful bishop, and let me try. As I said, that's a new software, so I can do like this, guys. Have you ever seen someone doing like this, so swapping the board? I'm able to do this, and from black's perspective, yes, this bishop does look nice. I'm still down a pawn, which is a bad thing. Yeah, but with bishop on e5, I kind of feel safe for a bit, and then g4 and then queen to h4. Yeah, let's return it back. f5 is not played just yet. Perfectly timed this g5, I believe. I mean, if it's a good, if there is no direct refutation, let's once again, let's always make this remark, because already for the few times I've got this issue today that I'm claiming the move to be good, and all of a sudden the other player comes up with the refutation. So, but if it works, then it's perfectly timed, because it's like last move before the time trouble, not so much time left for Lomonosov, so he might end up taking kind of a safer route, and in these situations when the position sharpens up, the most precise route is needed, not the safest one. Speaking of, is it ever g takes h5? It's sort of counterintuitive, because you don't want to be opening more files against your king, right? Don't want to be opening more files against your king. I just thought, yeah, no, that's not good. So the bishop guarding this diagonal makes black king absolutely safe. It seems that it's only one pawn which is a defender, but we tend to forget about the presence of this bishop on a1. Right, so I'm not even sure what white is supposed to do. It's like ignore the threat completely, play rook e2 for instance, so wait for black to take. Might be the case, right? But black has nothing, I mean, it's nothing wrong for black to go rook f8, for instance. Just finally return the bishop back. We'll see. So 1 minute 20 for move 40 for Semyon Lomonosov. And somewhat similar. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if Evgeny Noye, but Lomonosov seemed to be accustomed in playing on you know, like short time, there's like closer to the time control marked, closer to move 40, he always seems to have not so much time left. Alright, king to g2 played. Sidestepping possible checks in advance. I presume that queen b7 is not an issue because of rook c6. That's why b5, b4 is a very important move. And from Black's perspective, you'd like to keep the tension for as long as possible, so you don't really want to capture on f4, I believe. Because if this trade happens, it opens up new possibilities for white, connect with rook e2. You know, it's one of those positions which will be pretty hard to win for white. Because Black will try to keep all the pieces on the board. Black's very unlikely to trade the queens voluntarily. And then, as I said, the bishop guards Black king nicely, but for white king, it's like it is very nicely guarded by this knight on g3. Yeah, but well, actually, there was a saying that the knights are the best friends of the king. Indeed, like covers a lot of squares around the king. But at the same time, it's the pressure. The pressure is on white in a way that he is the side who has to make progress. And how do you make progress? By improving the position of your pieces. And improving the position of your pieces involves moving your pieces. And whenever you move the knight, you leave the king alone. Okay, g takes f4 played. And once again, I do not expect any surprises here. I've been surprised for a few times today, but that's... no, I don't see anything. E takes f4 needs to be played. Pawn up for white. So two very similar games. Pawn up for white with some chances. Let me not evaluate the percentage, but certainly with some chances for white to convert in this one. And then in the game between Sarana Shirov, where actually my rook c2 to e2 was played, doesn't look like it's white who's playing for win at all. Yeah, black pretty much always has the repetition. King back to e6. Rook to c2. So what happens, I believe, Sarana has settled for a draw. There was this moment he was ready for a repetition, right? In case of rook d1, he would have gone king e2, repeating the position for a second time. Now after rook g1, rook e2, king e6, rook c2, he gives black the opportunity to return to d5 and once again go for a threefold repetition. The question is, what happens if Shirov actually plays king to f5? Targeting this. Because white perhaps has to play bishop c1 in this case. And I don't know how to make it. And I was looking even for some like distractions connected with c5. No, it's not. I mean, you still have a draw all the time, like rook f1, force the king away from the c4 square and then just move your rook. It doesn't seem possible for white to make any kind of progress. Wait, is it ever a Tsuk's one for white? Once again, not really, right? With rook on h1, he at the very least has king d3 and back. Oh wait, rook h1, king d3, and we play... wait a sec. King d3, and we play bishop f8. So the rook is paralyzed. Has to protect the bishop, has to protect the h2 pawn. The bishop needs to cover f4, and I thought has to be on the first rank to stop rook b1, but it might be not true, because bishop e3 here and then the b3 pawn will be protected with king c4. No, probably that's too optimistic to try to win this position with black having being a pawn down. I don't think it's actually a good idea. Don't think it's a good idea. Shirov's clock is, well, already shows like less than 5 minutes, so that means that's the question he was debating with himself. I don't think in this position you do spend a lot of time calculating variations. It's more of a, like, you look at lines like 3-4 moves long and you kind of talk to yourself. I mean, am I really playing this one for a win? How realistic my chances are? So, well, let's wait a bit more, because I believe the situation is going to clarify. There is still, as I said, there is still a repetition available for Alexei Shirov. He goes king d5. But if he doesn't, then I do have a feeling it will be too much, you know, like trying too hard. Because yeah, if you let white to build something like this, then he does play for win, I'm sure. So black is safe as long as he doesn't try anything crazy. Black is safe as long as he doesn't try anything crazy. And yeah, I've been in this kind of situations, maybe on a lower level, but still, it's like your opponent who is slightly lower rating than yourself. So originally you kind of wanted to play for a win, and then it's clear the guy settled for a draw and he tries to go for the safest moves possible. Because yeah, I believe that's what Shirov is trying now. And it's like, can I play this one for a win? But then when you see your opponent kind of constantly invites you to repeat the moves, you understand, yeah, perhaps there won't be anything. Because what I'm trying to say is like, if both players are trying, that inevitably, yes, it's a sharper game, you have a chance to lose, but at the same time, you have better chances to win, right? Because both are in both interests in both players' interest to unbalance the position. While here, you try to create some, some sharpness, and your opponent just says, calm down, I'll repeat the moves. No, you're not going anywhere. Yes, Shirov is playing for win officially. Rook to b1, preparing for king f5. Fair point. I've missed rook b1, to be honest. That's a very, very fair point. Rook b1, and what they do? The bishop's pinned. You can't play bishop c1. If you move the rook, then it's really a question, where do you move it? Rook e2, king f5, king c2 with a tempo, black plays rook f1. So both pawns are targeted. You might keep the material, might have kept the material for now with rook f2 and king there, but then once again your pieces are, well, in such a terrible shape that maybe even here you can't keep your stuff together, because bishop h4, king b1, bishop takes. Oh no, that's actually silly. That's for a change, that's ridiculously silly. That's bishop c1 and you'll never be able to take on f4. Right, let's see what happens. King e4 was played. So white takes the... I mean, that's a nice square for the king if I've ever seen one. So Serna says, yes, your rook on b1 practically paralyzes me. But now, if you want to get rid of this e4 king, you'll have to give a check, right? And then I go back. And now you either give me a chance to play bishop c1, after which I'm happy because I'm getting it to e3 and the king to c4 whenever you play rook b1, or if you don't do this, then how do you get rid of my king on e4? Is there any chance for a Zugzwang? Like if I pass, what's the move for white? Rook e2, back to c2, back to e2, back to c2. Perhaps. Yeah, still. So now it's clear. This game will continue. Shiro, by the way, is on 30 seconds. I'm not quite sure why would you put yourself in the position like that. Because that's one of the cases when you actually can end up losing. And h5 is something I don't quite like. Because now rook g2, g6 is hanging with a check. Maybe that's the moment he gives a check on e1. So what I wanted to say, after king f7, it's just like you are pushed too far, right? And white gets what he needs, possibly with e6, and then takes over there, and then goes back to g2. So he gets more squares for his king. So king f7, yeah, or other than that, there is perhaps f5 as well. There is perhaps f5 as well. So it certainly becomes double-edged, and it's really, it's not what you want to have on the board. I mean, double-edged position against young opponent when you have 30 seconds on the clock. So I don't quite like the idea of playing h5 being that short on time. So back to Lomasov and Nair, just to check what has happened, if they made it to a time. Yeah, they did make it to a time control. Queen d7, a4, rook f8. So that's what has happened. And again, I'd like, if I'm playing white this position, I'd like to keep the pawn on f4 for as long as I can, not to push it to f5, not to let black put the bishop on e5. And Semyon Lomasov seems to agree. He plays queen c4. But again, it's very hard to imagine how white's going to make progress, right? Need to get the knight somewhere, but the moment you start moving it, the king is really weak. All right, Sam. Here, at least the situation with the time is not that dramatic. Roughly equal on a clock. 25 minutes for Lomasov. 27 as our digital display shows. So might be somewhat less for Evgeny Nair. A reminder, in the other game, which is in progress, Sherov is on his last seconds. I believe that will be the moment I'll go for one more break after the time control. So that's what, after the time trouble, when they reach the time control, that's what we used to do. So let's keep the long established tradition. 2 games finished in a draw today. Tomaszewski made a draw against Yosipenko. Daniil Yufa made the draw against Boris Gelfand. 2 other games are in progress, all very likely to be a draw still in this game, Lomasov against Nair. And for Sarana Shirov, I accept no more responsibility for any predictions I came up with, because it looks like Shirov's playing for a win, being very low on time and in an unclear position, so anything can happen. So stay tuned, I'll be back in some 10 minutes and we will go till the end of this 4th classical round of Nutcracker. UFA. And what I just said happens to be wrong, because you're not allowed, according to the rules, to make a draw before move 40. What I'm trying to say, it was very fast draws, well, relatively fast draws to our tournament standards. Two other games are still in progress. Semyon Lomasov has an extra pawn against Evgeny Nair. We'll be looking at this game as well as the game between Sarana and Shirov. Both very, very entertaining games. Well, the game between Lomasov and Nair, once again, I want to go a bit back to pay your guys' attention to this position, and a very nice, cute tactic found by Semyon Lomasov. Knight takes f5, the move that, well, as I said, you consider it briefly, and you might miss queen e4 here, which happens to be the right move. You just consider queen f5, rook f5, queen c8, rook goes back to f8, there is nothing. Queen e4, when you find out this, you think, wow, that's a brilliant move, black cannot take. But there is queen f8, and still queen f5 doesn't win. And only when you discover queen e6, and in this line understand that after rook f6 you have rook c8, only then you understand it works. So queen f5, this way white has won a pawn, but credit to Evgeny Nair, he did not fall apart after that. Around the time control, so those pawns were exchanged, and it's only one pawn. It's, for the time being, it's not that dangerous, this pawn on f4. Black has arguably a bit safer king, so this game can go for a long while. That's the current position of the black's queen g4 move. So targeting the f4 pawn. Just briefly considered if white can move the pawn forward. But apparently there is nothing, right? Queen trade, black captures. I was thinking if white has a chance to win this one, for instance. After the rook trade, the a7 pawn is really, really weak. So if white ever gets the knight on c6, he captures the a7 pawn. But first of all, it's very hard to get the knight on c6. And not only that, but after this check, bishop f8 might be even stronger. So if black keeps the rooks, I don't think he's in any danger. So after queen g4, f5 doesn't seem to work. Well, then it means you need to guard the f-pawn, like maybe playing rook f2. But then it will be not that easy to make progress for white, right? Well, maybe rook f2 and you kind of threatening f5. Maybe that's what maybe that's what you have to do. So you put the rook on f2, and if black goes bishop h6, for instance, targeting the ball, you can actually play f5. Okay, so Lomasov thinking here, well, while the position is still full of life, the situation with the time is not as dramatic as in the other game. So I suggest we switch to Sarana and Shirov, where it was really, really interesting. Alexei Shirov's decision to play for the win, the position where he was pawned down in the endgame. Somewhere around this point it became clear, rook d1, king e2, rook to h1, and white replied with king back to d3. So Shirov could have played rook d1, repeat the position, and the draw would have been agreed. Well, he decided to try to play for win h5, the move that I originally didn't like all that much, but, well, Alexei Sarana decided not to go for rook g2, which seemed to be an interesting try at least, and went for h3. Black replied with h4, and Sarana went for bishop c1, sacking this pawn and going for bishop e3. So he's about to take the pawn on c5, it seems. Shirov goes with rook c3, rooks are traded. Rook c3, rook takes, pawn takes, white goes king d3, After king d5 captures the pawn on c3, and black goes with c4. And white just played bishop b6. What does that supposed to mean? Is this some sort of a weird sucked one here? So that if black moves the bishop, white's gonna have bishop d8 move, attacking this. Black is still not in trouble, right? There is bishop h6 always, and then after bishop h4, to bishop h4 you can capture the f4 pawn. But with such a limited material left on the board, I don't really think you're... well, hang on a second. There is e6, right? How on earth you're losing this one? That has to be a draw no matter what. Despite all efforts of Alexei Shirov, this still has to be a draw. I don't see black making any kind of progress. Particularly this pawn being on h4, being an extra weakness for black. I think that's good enough of a reason for white not to be scared. Let's see. And I have to say, black himself has to be somewhat careful, because if you play king c6, it might give white an opportunity to sack a piece and try to play for a win, because now white actually activates the king, and I don't think, I mean, first of all, white never runs any risk of losing here. King f6, capture, e6, well, in this case white actually wins. This case white actually wins, because after bishop d6 takes black king is just too far away, just miles away from the action. So yeah, after bishop b6, bishop f8 was played. And yeah, bishop d8 seems to lead to more or less forced draw in this case. Seems to lead to a more or less forced draw. And I don't know if white has anything better than that. No, white certainly isn't the side. White certainly isn't the side who is trying to play for a win here. Yeah, bishop to d8. Now you pretty much have to play bishop h6, not to lose the pawn for free. Right. So you capture, black captures the f4 pawn. Now this might be something that you're actually losing, right? Or not? No, you're still on time, right? King f3, king e5, yeah, leads to total liquidation. Well, f5. What's f5 here? f5, gf5 makes much more sense, right? Because now, after this, f5 and e6, and who is the one playing for a win here? 5 and e6, and then after king takes, white will be a pawn up. White will be a pawn up. Did Alexei Shirov blunder? There is a check on g7, but it doesn't seem to change much, right? King goes here. Well, after c3, white, I believe, supposed to be winning after e7. It's like both sides promote into a queen, but white is the first to start attacking. So there should be no surprise. It comes as no surprise that white is winning. Yeah, queen d7 and then capture the bishop with a check. No, this is something black can't do really. So let me see one more time. Bishop g7 check, king to b4. And then you capture on e6, black captures on c4, and apparently this this king and pawn endgame is lost, right? After king d5. King d5 and then f4. If black plays f4, he loses his f4 pawn. If he goes king g5, we go king e5, then play f4, then win the f5 pawn, win the game. So it will all end up being pawn down, right? No, there is king e5. No, there is king e5. Fair point. So king e6, king takes c4, king e5, and bishop h4 played. No, bishop c7 played. Bishop c7 played, and a draw agreed immediately. So well fought draw between Yosipenko and Shirov. Once again, let me go a little bit back in this game to highlight the interesting moments. Anti-Meran, and this was a very interesting, perhaps one of the critical lines nowadays. Knight to h4 heading towards f5, so black is more or less forced to play g6. And then we entered the forcing line, e5. Then, as I was informed by my colleague Terry Koblashvili, that bishop c5 tends to be the main line, and queen b6, the move played by Alexei Shirov, happens to be a new route for black in this system. Still, after king g1, knight f2 takes on f2, knight f3. Sarna was playing pretty fast, so it seemed that he was better prepared for this line. Bishop d2, b4, knight e4, trade on e4 happened, and I'm really curious about this particular position. So after bishop f7, yeah, by the way, maybe a move before that. Queen c6 is a very, very clever move, pinning this knight so there will be no knight g5 for white. Queen c6, queen to b3, bishop to e7, and over here, yeah, bishop f7 of course has to be played. But I'm wondering how serious white's chances would be in case of bishop c4. Just try to keep the bishop, pretend that it's better than opponent's rook. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm wondering if black would insist on giving up the exchange and try to keep the bishop. Bishop a6, because if you trade the bishops, it's not the same situation any longer, right? And if you go bishop d5, black can still play queen b6 or queen c7 and would get, well, more or less similar situation as in the game. So after bishop f7, king g7, white has captured on e8. Then there was a moment where, yeah, queen e4 and this trade. I believe bishop c5. Well, once again, unless I'm missing something, and it's okay, it's not a big surprise. I tend to miss things, and today especially there have been quite a few embarrassing blunders. But yeah, but this line seems to be leading to more or less forced draw. Knight to g1. Yes, black is like dominant, white is very, very passive, but on the other hand, white is 2 pawns up. And then rook to d2, and then knight back to f3. And then rook back to d1, and knight back to g1. White declined such possibility, went for king f1, and it turned out that in this position, and especially with king on d5, it was Alexei Shirov who was trying to play for a win. Well, his efforts didn't pay off in the end. We've seen in the absolutely equal bishops ending 2 pawns each, a draw was agreed. So we are left with one only game. Semyon Lomasov against Evgeny Nair. Well, queen g4, and the problem of defense of this f4 pawn was solved in a radical manner. Rook to c7. Who needs the f4 pawn anyway? It was weak. Rook takes, and queen to d5. So white is planning to grab the a7 pawn instead, and tries to claim that his king is safe enough. Which is like a bold statement, I have to say. Well, one can't really argue white got much more active pieces this time around. So after queen d5, I wonder what black does in fact. I mean, obviously can't capture this one, right? It's queen d8. Or queen a8. That's also important because at some point I was looking at rook d4. But there is queen a8 and white wins. And white kind of threatens to capture on a7. So I wonder if a move like h5 is something you need. Ah no, wait, that's once again yet another terrible oversight, because after this trade the bishop is hanging as well as the rook. No, that's the way to lose the game immediately. That's the way to lose the game immediately. So no h5. Well, the situation is in fact quite annoying. The back rank problems as well. Okay, let's play h6 so there won't be any back rank issues. But then white captures on a7. He sort of threatens to go rook a8. At the very least trade the rooks. And rook a4 still is not an option because of queen a8 check, followed by rook takes on a4. So once again, another plot twist. Now it's equal material, but all of a sudden it's white who has the initiative. And this powerful bishop no longer looks that powerful. Speaking of powerful bishops, maybe that's a moment you can't move it. Sort of this, but then... wait, how was it? Yeah, then queen a8, again, queen a8 wins. Queen a8, queen g8 is the only move, and then rook c8 wins, right? Rook c8, rook f2, and king h1, or h3, right? Anything. So, yeah. Really seems to be an unpleasant task for Evgeny Nair. Now that I'm looking at the camera view, well, once again, the digital board is somewhat fooling us, saying Nair has 13 minutes, where it's clearly visible from a camera view has less than 10. Yeah, but what's harder is to suggest the move. Okay, who cares about the time? If the position is easy to play, you can survive on increments. It's not a big deal. After all, it's 30 seconds per move. But, you know, in some games they do have like 30 seconds per turn, and it's nothing wrong with it. But, yeah, what move to make? Because, like, returning to 8th rank, that's like, you solve the issue of a back rank in a radical way, but in this case, it's actually quite annoying, because white captures the pawn and you still have not a single check. Don't have a single check. Queen g6 back. Alrighty. That means in case of this, queen c2 is gonna happen. Okay, how bad it is for white. King goes to h3, still a threat of check on a8. Still a threat of check on a8, and queen c8 is not a perpetual because it can be answered with queen d7. Yep. Not sure. And whenever in doubt, I believe you should take and see what happens, because yeah, don't see any reason not to. So just capture the a7 pawn. In case of a check, you go to h3. Other than that, not sure what black is supposed to do. Yeah, could be this, king h3, and then finally return back there. You know what? It's like it's a weird situation when I want to say king on h3 is exposed, but at the same time it's as exposed as it was on g2, but white just has taken the pawn on a7, right? So it's clearly an improved situation for white. King around this knight happens to be quite safe. Then rook a8, trade the rooks. And then there will be the moment when you can actually, if rooks are coming off the board, there will be the moment where you can actually move the knight to e4 and try to run with the king towards the queen side. But only after you swap the rooks. Only after you swap the rooks. So let's see if Semyon Lomasov is brave enough to take this a7 pawn. I think this has to be the move. Alternatively, there is a check on... wait a sec. Does it mean now the rook won't be moving? Yeah, we've had this glitch already. Now the rook is no longer moving. No rook a7, no rook c8. Yeah, the pawn is taken, luckily. Luckily, the pawn is... Now that's a wrong game. No. So rook a7, I expect queen c2 check. Or what else? No. No rook c8, why is that? So I thought rook c8 check, where black pretty much is forced to trade the rooks, but white isn't up a pawn in this case, and perhaps not better at all. Yeah, so rook a7 makes perfect sense. So what we're going to do now? Queen c2, what else? h. Yeah, it's like if you play h6, then white actually starts over with rook a8 and now trades the rooks, and well, the little but very important difference is that he actually has an extra pawn on the queen side, so whenever it comes to some sort of endgames with queens being traded, it's just an easy win, right? So queen c2 is needed. Queen c2 is needed in this case. Oops, wrong game. Queen c2 check is given, king goes to h3. That's the threat. So one more time. If black gives this check, we go to d7. It's important not to play rook d7. Because, no, wait. Yeah, rook d7, it's better to play, not to play rook d7 because there is rook d4. So queen to d7. And let's pretend black goes queen g8 or queen f8. Because trading the rooks is not a good idea. Or, sorry, trading the queens. Is it though? It's like if I'm trading these... Can't take the pawn, right? Rook g7 is a... No, that's too many threats. Rook g7 is a threat. Funny enough, if you move the bishop, rook d8 and knight h5 is still a threat. No. So queens are... It's out of question. You can't swap the queens with black. So the queen d7, for instance, you do this, so that this way you free the bishop. Maybe you want to put it on e5. And again, I tend to miss this queen g7. No, guys, that queen c8 is just a terrible move. Queen c8 would have been a terrible move because it would lose to queen d7. So let me show it again. Instead of rook f2, after king h3, if black goes queen c8, that was the move I was trying to make work, but it loses to queen g7, of course. Queen takes, rook takes, and knight h5 in the end. I'm so used to this knight being on g3 guarding the king, so I'm almost not considering that this knight actually has some attacking potential. Okay, so rook f2. Can this work, really? Who's checkmating whom? Check from a8. Black has bishop f8. So now white can give bajillion checks. Queen to e5, king goes there. Can get the queen on g file if you need. Can get it on e6. It can be on d4 as well. So just have to decide what do we prefer. Like for instance, with queen on e5, can I move this knight here? Am I getting checkmated? I probably do. Knight h5, so the queen guards the pawn, but I abandoned the third rank. So I abandoned the third rank, and there's always going to be some check like this. There's going to be some check like this. You know what? Rook takes h2 might still work in this position. And then queen to f5. And for instance, case of king h4, there is a check from e4. Then takes the rook. Maybe that's the tactic Evgeny Nair relies on. Still, I find it hard to believe that this works for black. Again, so check here. King goes, bishop goes, sorry. Check here. Check on e6. King goes there. Yeah, there's always going to be a square white gets checked from, right? Because, for instance, I thought, let's go to g4. But in this case, there is a check from d1, right? Can I do this by a chance? Rook h2, king g4. So now, if you trade the queens, white actually has very good chance to win, because the bishop's hanging, and potentially that's a very, very dangerous pawn. I mean, I'm not saying white's winning or anything, but that's a very good chance to win. So black needs something else. So once again, how was it? Rook to f2. This is forced. Bishop f8. Then a couple of checks. I don't think king g7 makes any sense. No, you have to go to h8. And then what was the deal? Queen e4 in this case. Rook h2 check, king goes to g4. There is a check from d1 once again. No, that never works. I mean, I'm trying to run away with the king on an empty board, pursued by the rook and the queen, and sometimes even this bishop on f8, which is pinned, takes away some squares from the white king. So I don't really think it can work. Right, so our digital display shows 9 minutes for Semyon Lomonosov. So once again, I'm wondering if it's the actual time left on his clock or he has less. There is a passive move, queen h1, but I would never ever do this. A question. Can I actually try to do all the same with my rook? Ah, well, and he just played it. With my rook being on 7th rank, not the 8th rank. So imagine black goes back to g7, back to f8. We go to d4 with a check. And then where the queen's supposed to go. Check here. Check here. The bishop is not pinned. Maybe there's still nothing. It's like gave a lot of checks, but I don't see how to make real progress here. Can get it to g5 with a check, but still this h2 is annoyingly hanging. Let's see. And black, of course, has rook f8 as the backup plan, but in this case queen d7 comes up with a tempo, so black is in no time to return with rook f2. So then we are, and yeah, let's not forget queen takes b6 is also an issue. Yeah, surprisingly this knight on g3 guards the king very well, so even a move like queen b6, both major pieces are far away from the king, but there isn't a single check. The rook f8 is out of question. Nair is thinking, but he will end up playing bishop f8 anyway. Okay, and then check over there. And how do we make it work ever? Get it to e5 and move the knight. That was the... Okay, we can try different thing. We can try this. And this one actually works. Wow. This one actually seems to work. But what's the difference? Why it was not working? So, how does that work? Rook f3 answered with king to g4, attacking the rook, and I assume, I mean, if you come up with any single move without a check, you are somehow losing the game with black, right? So queen g2 is the must, otherwise let's pretend some knight f6 wins. White comes back to g3, and here we are, no checks for black. The question, however, is if white is winning in case of some rook f7. But at least white clearly makes some progress avoiding the perpetual check. So there was one line after knight e4. The good thing for white with queen on e5 is that he's not afraid of any kind of checks on the third rank, because queen g3, counter check, swapping the queens, winning the game. So I believe we are headed towards this direction. So the queen is put on d4 already. So now a couple of more checks, get the queen on e5 and go knight e4. And let's see if Nair will manage to hold it. Other than that, I can hardly think of any sort of way to, you know, to avoid the perpetual. It's like white always has the perpetual, that's clear. Okay, check on d5. Black will pretty quickly play king h8. Right. Check on e5, king g8, that's clear. And now the critical moment. Because, yeah, it seems to me that white can actually try knight e4. So one more time. Queen c8, king g3, no checks. Success for white. Rook f3. Oh no, wait. Check with the queen on a third rank is answered with queen g3. We can stop calculating there. So by the method of elimination, we come up to conclusion that rook f3 is actually the only move. King goes to g4. Well, funny enough, after king h4, very unusual, there isn't a single check. White is threatening knight f6. Or, well, at least it seems so. But there might be some moves like queen c4, so pinning the knight, covering the light squares. Whoa, that's getting sharper and sharper. Knight e4 played. Knight e4 played. Well, by the way, now I've just realized that's a game for the last place, so to speak, right, determining who will have the worst individual result. So we have two players tied with 3 out of 4. Those two made draw against each other, Tomaszewski and Yesipenko. Nair is on -1 on 1 out of 3. Semyon Lomasov is on half a point out of 3. So if he wins, he will have 1.5. Nair will be left with 1 point. In case of a draw, of course, yeah, it's Lomasov who will have the worst individual result. And will it happen that this will be the only day we won't have any decisive games? So far it's been, yeah, the percentage of decided games was pretty high. Almost 50%, except day 1, yeah. Rook f3 check. Alright, still not too late to go back to g3. King h4, as I said. No more checks for black, but queen c4 is somewhat annoying. The knight's pinned and black even has some, so no, rook e3 is not a threat. Yeah, but this one's good enough, right? Because with rook on 7th rank, not that many threats. Maybe you go king g4 now. Maybe you go king g4 now. That's one tricky position if I've ever seen one. So it's a fight between king g4, king h4, or if nothing of those works, then just go back to g3. It's of course something to calculate. If this would happen to be not a check, still it doesn't work. I wanted to highlight this beautiful checkmate, knight f6 and rook h7, but it's not even a checkmate. There is a there is a queen on c2. So once again, another nonsense line. But yeah, will it ever happen? Hang on. King to h4, queen c4. Now we need to get rid of this rook by going king g4, and then, yeah, I mean, I can make up the, like for instance, after rook e3, the silly variation in fact works. Queen d5, queen takes d5, knight f6, and rook h7 checkmate. The problem with that, however, that to my disappointment, white at least has one alternative way of winning, which is queen g5 and queen e3, very brutal way. King h4 is played, no checks for black. Also, that's a step in our direction, right? So king h4, and now what I was doing was queen c4, right? Because you need to stop knight f6. Or, wait a sec, is there any stalemate play for black? No, not really. As the h-pawn's alive, right? Because it's not that far away. I mean, bishop can be sacrificed with a check on e7 at some point. So it depends whether if the king will not have any moves. But can you imagine, it might even be some stalemate ideas for black. I mean, if white is not careful enough. But first and foremost task is to stop knight f6, right? So this. And then you know what? There is also king h5. Once again, want to play knight f6. It's more and more like study-like position, because it's not very often in a normal game of chess you have the king on h5 for white. I mean, in such situation it looks more of a study. Well, in fact, this one is not such a great idea to go king h5. Now I realize, because after rook h3 the plan was to go king g4, attack the rook, but there is queen c8 check. So if I want to go, if I want to play king g4, I should do it immediately. So I go there. Okay, now we've figured out after rook e3 white is winning with queen g5 or fancy rook d5 check. But what happens if black actually keeps the rook on a right file, on the f file? Rook f1, and is already threatening some sort of rook g1 or queen e2. No, king g4 is just a silly move. Let's look for alternatives. No checks. Does it mean that there is rook c7? Probably does. There is rook c7, right? I have a feeling it has to be winning for white. Honestly, I have a feeling it has to be winning for white, this one. And I don't see any other way to protect against knight f6. What it could be, oh wait, what it could be is that some move like queen g2 works. Oh wow. You know, guys, it's not for nothing I've spotted this silly... No, I mean, queen g2 is, once again, it's too stupid, because there are billion checks. There is queen g5 trading the queens, probably wins. What I wanted to say, it's not for nothing I've spotted this silly checkmate, because queen g3 is a fancy way to win here. And if rook g3, it's once again knight f6 and rook h7 checkmates. Black is forced to trade the queens, and this has to be a winning endgame. It might not be that trivial, but you know, you're combining the threats to this king with you know, with threats to just create a passed pawn, or maybe just win the pawn on b6. Whoa. Yeah, queen c4 was needed. Yeah, that is how it's felt like. And wait, and Lomonosov seemingly knows what to do, because he has quickly replied with queen g5. No, check on g5, king g8. I know he plays it 2 times, so we'll see. I mean, he played queen g5 so confidently that I thought he actually had seen the solution. Wait a sec, check one more time. What's black's move after queen g4? Is there a move after queen g4? I'm attacking the rook, and at the same time I'm threatening rook h7, knight g5. Does that win? Could it be that this is winning? So one more time, queen g5, king h8. We had this position on the board, right? Now queen to g4. I'm targeting the rook. It's a serious threat. After queen g4, doesn't it win? This attacked, and then rook h7. I know. There is rook f7 in this case. Yeah, rook f7 kind of avoids the immediate disaster. Still. Whoa, rook h7 immediately. That's how you do it. Oh, well, that's how you do it. Yeah, rook h7, king h7, that's very simple. Then check on h5, and then capture the rook. And this, of course, is winning. So well played. Well played by Semyon Lomonosov. The game is not over, of course. But, yeah, from now on, there is little doubt it's a winning position. It's a little bit different, because black is very likely to play bishop h6, white captures f3, black captures the pawn over here. So white no longer has the passer on the queen side, but he should be winning with, well, with something like this. Queen f5, one needs to guard this guy, and then king h5. Like, for instance, in this case, king g7. You can also give one, like, a couple of checks more, or to g4. So we'll see. So in case of king g8, does it make sense not to take the rook but to go for queen g4? Well, it probably does. So that you force the king to h8. In case of bishop g7, knight f6 wins the queen, and with a check as well, right? With a check as well. Yeah, black is forced to capture on f6 with the rook, and then queen c4 comes with a check. So yeah, Lomonosov seemingly is winning against Evgeny Nair. So one more time. Bishop h6, queen takes f3, queen takes a4. And now it's better to look for the most precise way of winning this position. Well, would like to play king h5 immediately, but then b5 is gone with a check. So check on f5. In case of king g7, oh, well, I should be able to, you know what, to kind of protect everything with checks, like check from c6, for instance. And in case of king g7, to give one more check, so that you can't go to 6th rank. This actually might be winning by force. So the knight's protected. King g6, I'm just picking up the... Well, it's still tricky. King g6, white captures this one, and black goes for king f5. Still tricky. Because now the knight is gone. Right, so king g8 played. Oh wait, king g8 allows queen g4, right? And then he's gonna go king h8. But this one is even better version, right? We capture here, unless there is something going on with bishop e7 check. King h5. Queen d5. Is this a perpetual or not? That's the big question. Well, it probably is. Let me see. So anyway, we do give this check. And we do capture the rook. It's just that after bishop e7, king h5 has to be avoided. Have to play something else. Like... Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Lomonosov must be... I don't know, he still has like 5 minutes or something. It's Nair's time, which is like an issue. It's a bit less than 2 minutes. So check on g4, king h8, strictly only move. Now's the time to capture the rook. Bishop e7, I'm guessing. And now white has to look for the proper square to move the queen. The king, pardon. This doesn't seem to work, right? I was hoping somehow to run away from those checks. But there is always... That's like, for instance, queen to e6, knight to f6. And no checks and a checkmate threat, so white is winning. Bishop f6 forces the queen straight. Yeah, but after king g8 there is a check from... after king g6 there is a check from g8. So it's still tricky. Right, we have the position after king f3 on the board. Well, Evgeny Nair still has a couple of minutes, 30 seconds increment, so it's not that dramatic as I'm trying to represent. But yeah, the position currently looks very dangerous. So one more time, a check here. Where do I go with the king? Should probably try to return, but this is the moment black captures, right? I do have a couple of checks like here and here. Black still needs to keep the king on a dark square, say on f8. Might not be as easy. Might not be as easy, to be honest. So I like king g8. You know what? No, wait, that's wrong. What's the actual right position here? Let me see. Over here, after queen h5, yeah, bishop h6 was worse than the move played in the game, because here black has no checks whatsoever, and he would be forced to capture a4, which gives white a chance to come up with the attack first. While after king g8, it looked scary, because I thought, yeah, after queen g4 you might be losing, but king h8, still good enough, only move which doesn't lose the queen, but good enough. Queen f3 and bishop e7. And now it's actually a tricky task for white, not to run into some sort of perpetual, like after king g4, for instance. Maybe king g4 is still fine. King h5. Oh well, wait a sec. King h5 was the move I didn't like for some reason. There's a check. And then he comes back to g4. So that's the point, and then he comes back to g4. So now, in case of a check on e6, there is queen f5. In case of check on d7, I can go back to g3 and hopefully hide somehow. And yeah, okay, this is not a move, I believe, right? King g6 just wins. King g6 just wins. That's the threat, and that's the threat at the same time. So, can't take the pawn. Can't take the pawn. Needs to... Well, he does take the pawn. Wait. What do I miss? What do I miss? I'm claiming king g6 is just winning. What's the move? There isn't any. Okay, king g6 wins on the spot, guys. It could be that Evgeny missed this square, because you could think queen b5 covers h5. Yeah, king g6 on the board and it's all over. King g6 on the board and it's all over, it seems. Yep. Been still not easy, it seems, to win this game if black would continue giving checks. But now king g6 just seals the deal. Queen h5 and queen c3 is a double attack. What? Queen to c4? Really? And now we are actually coming to a question in the chat asked by Lorinda. Hi, Neil. After queen c4, does white win if he swaps the queens? I believe he. Oh wait, this should be really easy. Queen c3, you swap the queens, and black is paralyzed, and then you do this. Attack the bishop, attack the pawn. In case of bishop c5, you just win automatically because you push the pawn forward and then you maneuver the knight, right? This one is just winning. You can't really do much. Yeah, queen c3 wins on the spot. Yeah, I was completely blind. I thought this is like checkmate by force. And that is not, right? Because the king is running away. Huh? Incredible. I mean, you can do it the same way here, like you trade on g8. It might be even stronger because now knight f6 comes with a tempo. You can't go to f8, you can't swap, so you have to go to h8. And then you make sure with white that your h-pawn is actually moving. Yeah, so it's a choice. So it's a choice between two continuations, and for the time being, it looks like both of them are winning. It's like both of them are winning. It could be that queen c3 is less precise though, because now I've paid attention. There is bishop h4, knight d5, bishop f2. So guarding the pawn and at the same time not letting white to push the h-pawn that easily. Ah well, it's still winning though. Knight e7, knight f5, and then push the h-pawn. Support it, support the h4 square from f5. No, that's... With black king being as passive as this one, doesn't matter how you... Yeah, so I've missed queen c4 completely, but the evaluation was still correct, it seems. The evaluation was still correct, it seems. But what Semyon Lomas was looking for, is it some sort of knight f6? Could this be? No. Finally goes for queen h5. Okay. Finally goes for queen h5, king g8. We'll see. Queen to h7. King goes to f8. I believe it's gonna trade the queens, right? Yep. Check on h8 given. Queen goes there. Trades the queens. Should go knight f6, I believe. That's a peculiar moment to stop. I mean, when you actually have the only move available in the position. Okay, trade on g8, knight f6 check. Is it ever... I know it doesn't help. I thought like maybe you go there and at the very least your king is not cornered. So you might have a chance, to run with the king to this pawn and try to sell the bishop for the other pawn. But this plan has quite a few... this plan doesn't work because of a few reasons. First of all, I believe this position is still easily winning for white. But more importantly, after king f8, white is not forced to capture the b6 pawn. He may just run with his h-pawn. And nothing stops it. It's like literally nothing. Oh no, wait a second. Let's look at one funny line. h6. Hang on. I'm not sure if it works, but yeah. Takes. King goes to e7. Is white on time here? Check, king d6, knight b6, king c5, it's a draw. Well, that's funny. Yeah, I believe it's still winning, it's just that I was extremely careless. Over here, for instance, white might start by giving check, capturing the pawn. He's not in rush to push the h-pawn. He might as well just go knight d5 here, attack the bishop, and then push the h-pawn forward. Now, white is still winning. I was looking for some particular position to illustrate, but black is never getting there. Black's never getting there. So it seems to be lost, doesn't matter what you do. It's like you're stalemated. The king is stalemated, the pawn is not moving, so you're supposed to turn your last piece into what they call a desperado, but the bishop is ridiculously bad for this kind of role, because nobody's going to take this bishop. It's like, you go there, after h6, you might want to go there, so that hoping that white's going to take, but nobody's going to take this bishop. So white gives knight d5 and actually wins. King h8 played, nevertheless. Yep, you just go h4. Bravo. Oops. Almost jumped all the way to h6. Any chance put the pawn on h7? It might become a bit problematic, this thing, because after bishop... wait, what was it? I'm getting lost here. So, where we are. h4, black is waiting, white gets the pawn on h6, bishop d8, white goes h6, h7. Yeah, trading on f6 obviously leads to a lost position. So, bishop to c7, knight g4. Ah, wait, that's still completely winning. Knight e4, threatening checkmate in 2. Black's only move is bishop f4, but this is still winning, of course, knight g5. Yeah, absolutely no chance. Pawn gets to h5, bishop gets to e3. So the last trap, if white plays h6, we already know that would have been a stalemate. Bishop a3, h6, bishop h6 would have been a stalemate. So knight to d5, bishop to d4. Now you are safe to play h6. And now you get your knight to g5. Now you get the knight to g5. Very instructive endgame in the end, and honestly, this is a well-played game by Semyon Lomonosov. So, well, quite a few very thin tactical points that his young gentleman has found. h6, right? Not much to do for Evgeny Nair, it seems. So that means going into the day after tomorrow's rapid, the score will be equal, thanks to Semyon Lomonosov, who equals it right here, right now. h6, king. What happens? King goes to g8. So now white just needs the knight to go to g5. Check here. Not that much of a choice involved. You have to go to h8. And then, alright, I mean, knight e4. Yeah, knight e4 to g5. They'll be it. If those would be a pawns, like imagine that's a pawn on a7, pawn on a6, it would have been much trickier, because imagine that those are a pawns. That would be much trickier because, for instance, once again, yeah, white is completely winning, but as like, for instance, this all of a sudden would not be winning, because when you get to this pawn, let me illustrate, when you get to this pawn, imagine the board ends there. Imagine there is no A file, right? That would be a draw if there is no A file. I mean, it's non-existent. Those are like minefields. You can't go to A file. That would have been a draw because the king is locked. But with the B pawn, there is nothing to talk about. Bishop b3. Let me update. That's the position. An easier way to win is just to go knight d6, of course. Yeah, knight d6. Make sure the knight is getting to f7. Make sure the knight is getting to f7. Is it though? Yeah, right. Because I thought, like, very last chance is to go bishop d4. If white gives a check, then he might not be winning after h8. The knight is really terribly placed. But the situation after bishop d4 is such that it's checkmate into h7, stalemate in the king, but still the bishop is alive. The bishop is a terrible piece, as I've already said, in terms of turning into a desperado. And next move is knight f7 checkmate. So really, really nice game. It will be 77, well, a nice number, 77 moves, and a victory, smiling. Semyon Lomasov, well, escapes the last place. So worst individual result, quite surprising to me, belongs to Evgeny Nair. So what's the score is 5-3 in favor of Princes in this day. So they level the score in the match before the Rapids. We'll have, Kings will have tough task winning this one. So 1 point for Evgeny Nair, 2.5 for Shirov, 3. Tomaszewski has the best individual result in the Kings team, and -1, another -1 for Boris Gelfand. Team of Princes, 1 player on 50%, all 4 draws for Alexei Sarana. 2 very impressive score for Andrei Yesipenko, -1 for Daniil Yufa, -1, but with 1 victory for Semyon Lomasov. So, that was, for a change, quite a long day today. As you can see, 16-16, or, well, if you like, 0-0 is the score between Kings and Princes. The score is equal, so that means tomorrow, day after tomorrow, everything's going to be decided in the Rapids, where, as we've already discussed today with Eteri Koplashvili, Princes tend to perform better than the Classics. And if they tie the Classics, does it make them favorites? Let's find out together tomorrow. So tomorrow it will be the same 3 p.m. local time here in Moscow. Our broadcast will start few minutes before 3. Was a bit longer day compared to the previous ones, so I don't mind signing off right now. Thanks for watching, guys, and please make sure to tune in tomorrow for 4 games of Rapid, and another 4 will be played the day after tomorrow. It was fun working for you. Stay in touch. See you tomorrow.